The whip had 3 tails. Each tail was a strip of leather about as long as a man's arm, and along each strip the makers tied hard knots, and through each knot they pushed a pair of iron spikes, filed sharp, bent at the tip so they would catch. A priest from Reutlingen named Hugo Spechtschart saw these things up close in 1349 and wrote down exactly how they were built, the way you might describe a farm tool. He noted that the iron points were shaped like needles, and that they were angled so that when the whip landed across a man's bare back, the metal would sink into the skin, and when the man pulled the whip away for the next stroke, the points would tear instead of slide. That was the design. Somebody sat at a workbench and thought that through. And in the summer of 1349, while roughly a third of everyone in Europe was dying of plague, thousands of men were carrying these whips from town to town, using them on their own bodies twice a day in public, in front of crowds, until the blood ran down into their linen skirts, and the spikes had to be worked out of the muscle where they'd stuck. Sometimes a spike lodged so deep that a second pull couldn't free it, and the man would have to stop mid-stroke and twist the iron loose with his fingers, while the singing went on around him. Spectators saw this happen. A few of them pushed forward with cloths to soak up the blood off the ground, because a rumor had gone around that the blood of these men was holy, and a rag wet with it could protect a household from the pestilence. Mothers held sick children toward the circle. That's the scene we're starting with, and it gets darker from here, because the men holding those whips are going to stop hurting themselves and start hurting other people, and when that turn comes, whole communities are going to burn. Before we get into all of it, a quick hello, welcome, and if you're new here, glad you found the channel. Tonight is a long one, 7 different groups from the medieval world, each one stranger and grimmer than the last, so get comfortable. Do me one favor before you settle in, drop a comment and tell me where in the world you're listening from. And a sincere thank you to everyone on Patreon and to the YouTube members. You are the reason a video like this can exist at all. If you'd like to join them, all the links to support the channel are down in the description and in the pinned comment, and if you're new and you end up liking this one, subscribing genuinely does help more than you'd think. Alright, back to the men with the whips. They called themselves cross-bearers, or the Brethren of the Cross, and everyone else called them Flagellants, from the Latin word for a scourge. To follow how Europe ended up with columns of bleeding men marching down its roads, you have to go back about 90 years before the plague, to the city of Perugia in central Italy in the year 1260. Italy at that moment was a miserable place to be alive. The peninsula had been torn apart for decades by the war between the Guelphs and the Ghibellines, the papal faction and the imperial faction, and the fighting had that particular ugliness of a war between neighbors. Cities sacking cities 20 miles away, massacres between families who knew each other's names. A plague had come through in 1259. Famine sat on top of that, and hanging over the whole thing was a date. A Calabrian abbot named Joachim of Fiori had worked out from scripture decades earlier that history moved in 3 great ages, and his followers had done the math on his system and concluded that the second age was due to end in the year 1260. The world as everyone knew it had an expiration date, and the date had arrived, and the evidence was everywhere you looked. War, famine, pestilence, exactly what you'd expect from the last days. Into that atmosphere stepped a hermit named Raniero Fasani. He'd been living outside Perugia for years, and the story told about him afterward was that he'd been secretly scourging himself in his cell for 18 years before he ever went public. 18 years of private penance, and then a vision came to him, a warning that God's patience with the sins of mankind had run out and destruction was close. Fasani walked into Perugia and started scourging himself in the open, and Perugia, primed by war and plague and the Joachimite deadline, did not look away. Within days, the whole city seems to have caught it. The chronicles describe something close to mass seizure. Nobles and labourers, old men and boys of 5, stripped to the waist and marched through the streets in procession, beating themselves with leather thongs, weeping, crying out to God for mercy, filing into the churches and throwing themselves flat in front of the altars. Enemies who had been trying to kill each other for years publicly reconciled. Usurers stood up and gave money back. Murderers knelt in front of the families of their victims with knives in their outstretched hands and begged to be killed on the spot, and the families, caught up in it, forgave them instead. For a few weeks, Perugia ran on pure penitential adrenaline. We happen to have an eyewitness to that first wave, and he's one of the great gossips of the 13th century, a Franciscan friar named Salimbene of Parma, whose chronicle is basically a medieval memoir with opinions about everyone. Salimbene watched the devotion of 1260 roll through the cities of northern Italy with his own eyes, and his description has a texture the official accounts lack. All of them, he says, nobles and commoners, marched, and the processions moved not just through towns, but between them, whole cities emptying out to walk to the next city, banners up, candles lit, the population of one commune arriving at the gates of its neighbour and rival, the neighbour pouring out to receive them, and then the combined mass moving on to a third. Bologna's people walk to Modena, Modena's to Reggio, Reggio's to Parma, a chain of penance running along the old Roman road, and in Parma, Salimbene's own city. The enthusiasm ran so hot that the movement kept its structures going long after, with companies and hymn-singing confraternities that lasted generations. He records the strangeness at the edges too, that anyone who declined to whip himself fell under instant suspicion. Worse than suspicion, he says. People who stood apart from the processions were pointed at as probable heretics or secret criminals, and more than one man joined the scourging to protect his reputation rather than his soul. Peer pressure with iron in it. The devotion, he thought, had genuinely emptied the vendettas out of the cities for a season, and then the season ended, and the vendettas came home like swallows. One more scene from that first wave, from the far side of the Alps, showing how the reception changed with the border. When the columns reached the edges of Italy heading north and east, some rulers simply closed the door. In the south, King Manfred of Sicily prohibited the processions outright on pain of death, having no intention of letting ecstatic crowds wander a kingdom he held by force. Further north, the movement poured into Germany and beyond, and in Poland and along the Baltic, it frayed into extremism fast enough that the local church moved against it within the year. A movement that in Perugia had reconciled enemies was, by the time it reached its outer edge, preaching against the clergy and improvising doctrines. And the pattern that would repeat in 1349 was already visible in miniature. The whip radicalized as it traveled, every mile from its birthplace loosening it further from anyone's control. Fasani organized the impulse. His brotherhood, the Disciplinati di Gesù Cristo, gave the frenzy rules and a shape, and the shape stuck. The penance would last 33.5 days, 1 day for each year that Christ lived on earth. During those days you processed, you scourged, you sang, and nothing was allowed to interrupt you. Not snow, not mud, not heat, not the state of your back. The number carried the theology on its face, 33 years and a half for the earthly life of Christ, the pilgrim's body keeping time with the passion day by day, and the uniform preached the same sermon. The cross marked in red on hood and cloak front and back, so that a company on the road was, visually, a walking crucifixion procession, and meant to be. The movement poured out of Perugia and ran up the peninsula, city by city. And then it did something heresies and enthusiasms in Italy didn't usually do. It crossed the Alps. By the end of 1260, flagellant columns were walking through Alsace and Bavaria, into Bohemia, into Poland. Governments started getting nervous. A crowd of ecstatic men who whip themselves is one thing in week 1, and something else entirely in month 3, when the ecstasy needs somewhere new to go. The rulers of several territories simply banned the processions and put up gallows on the borders to make the point, and the first wave of the movement died down, went underground, survived in little confraternities of penitents in Italian towns, and waited. One sentence more on those Italian confraternities, since they're the respectable descendants of all this. Organized into companies under clerical supervision, meeting in their own chapels, scourging in moderation on scheduled evenings, singing vernacular hymns of praise called lauda, they became fixtures of Italian civic life for half a millennium, burying the dead, escorting condemned prisoners to the scaffold as comforters, staging the processions you can still see echoes of in Holy Week. Tamed, the impulse was useful, even beautiful. The whole question of the 14th century would be what happened when it slipped the collar. What woke it up was the worst thing that has ever happened to Europe. The plague reached the continent in 1347, and I don't want to spend an hour on the Black Death itself. We've covered it before, but you need the texture of that moment to understand why the whips came back. Something between 1/3 and half of everyone died in about 4 years. The disease announced itself with swellings in the groin and armpit, hard lumps the size of an egg or an apple, and then black blotches spreading under the skin. And most people who developed the swellings were dead within days. Towns ran out of consecrated ground and started digging trenches, layering bodies in like cargo. Priests died faster than almost anyone because their job put them at every deathbed, and in some places the sacraments simply stopped. No confession, no last rites, people going into the pits unabsolved, and to a medieval mind that was worse than the dying, that was eternity at risk. parents abandoned sick children. In 1348, earthquakes rolled through Italy and Austria, and to people watching villages fall down while their neighbors coughed blood, the conclusion was obvious. God was not sending a disease. God was ending the world, and he was doing it because of sin. If sin caused the plague, then penance might stop it. That logic, applied at continental scale by desperate people, is the flagellant movement of 1348 and 49. It flared up first south of the Alps and in the German lands, and then moved outward with astonishing speed through Hungary, Switzerland, the Rhineland, and by 1349 into Flanders, Holland, Bohemia, Poland, Denmark. This second wave was bigger, better organized, and much more dangerous than the first. Contemporaries traced its outbreak to Hungary and watched it move west with a speed that unnerved them as much as the content did, and the numbers they set down strain belief until you remember they were counting men who filed past in columns, countable as soldiers. The Chronicle kept at Constance records that in the better part of a year, some 42,000 flagellants passed through that one city on the lake, company after company, week upon week, a total larger than most armies of the age, processing through a single town's gates. Multiply that by the road network of the empire, and you get the scale the authorities were staring at. A mobilization without a king, moving on foot, answerable to nobody they could summon. The bands ran anywhere from 50 to 500 men, sometimes more, and they moved under strict discipline. You couldn't just join. You had to confess every sin you'd committed since the age of 7. You had to have your wife's permission if you were married, which tells you something about how many men were walking away from their families to do this. And you had to carry enough money to pay for your own bread, because the brethren were forbidden to beg. For 33.5 days, you could not bathe, shave, change your clothes, sleep in a soft bed, or speak a single word to a woman. If you broke a rule, you knelt in front of the master of the band and he beat you, and the whole company chanted over you while he did it. The masters themselves are a study. The rule in the German bands was that the master had to be a layman. Priests could march, could even be welcomed, but they could not hold command and they could not attend the inner councils, a detail the chronicler priests of Strasbourg record with audible offence. Command of a sacred enterprise had been formally closed to the clergy in writing as policy. The master heard the confessions of his brethren on the march, imposed the penances, granted the pardons, all of it flatly illegal under church law, and all of it accepted without a blink by the men kneeling to him, most of whom had knelt to priests all their lives and plainly felt the difference. On the road, the companies moved in a fixed order, 2 by 2 in a long column behind their banners of purple and gold, and their candles, hoods marked front and back with the red cross, singing as they walked, and the singing announced them across the fields long before you could see them, so that a town's first contact with the movement was usually a sound, hundreds of voices carrying a slow hymn over the rooftops, and then the bells answering, and then the crowds running. Entrances were staged and they knew it. A company timed its arrival for feast days when it could, marched straight to the principal church, and performed its first ceremony while the excitement was at flood. Whatever else these men were, they understood theatre at a level the parish clergy couldn't touch, and the clergy knew it. and the resentment in the clerical chronicles is the resentment of an upstaged professional. Strasbourg gives us the ceremonies at their most granular because two of the city's priests, Fra Dolcino and the Königshofen, will meet again shortly, took notes like men who knew they were watching something that needed recording. Dolcino describes the extras the standard accounts skim, the way the brethren, before the whipping began, would call forward anyone in the town nursing a feud and reconcile enemies publicly in the circle, the medieval version of an altar call. Men who had been at law or at knives for years embracing in front of their neighbours with the whip-bearers as witnesses, and the crowds apparently found these reconciliations as moving as the blood. He describes the master walking the circle during the scourging, calling each man to strike harder for his own soul's sake, and the special hymn verse at which every man in the ring went down on his knees at once, and the sound of that, hundreds of knees hitting packed earth together, stayed in the accounts. He also caught the economics nobody advertised, that although the brethren refused to beg, gifts poured onto them anyway, food, candles, cloth, coin pressed on them by householders buying a share of the merit, and that the movement floated on that unasked-for river as surely as any licensed order floated on its collections. Holiness that refuses payment and accepts presents has solved fundraising, not renounced it, and Dolcino, a professional in the same market, noticed. Women joined too, and the movement's handling of them is its own small window. Female flagellant companies formed in a number of towns, but the rule kept them out of the public circle. Women scourged behind doors in houses and churches, hidden from the market square. Penance permitted, spectacle refused, and the chroniclers mention them mostly in passing, as an afterthought to the male performance, though here and there a note survives of women's processions moving through a town at night. The authorities, for their part, found the women's participation extra alarming rather than less, unsupervised female piety being, as the Beguines were discovering in those same decades, and as we'll see shortly, a standing category of official dread all by itself. Twice a day, wherever the band was, they performed. And performance is the honest word for it. The company would file into the marketplace or the square in front of the church, strip to the waist, and form a wide circle. Then, at the master's signal, they began to march around that circle, whipping themselves across the back and chest in rhythm, and as they marched, they sang. The hymns they sang, the Geisler Lieder, are actually one of the odd little gifts the movement left behind, some of the earliest vernacular German religious songs anyone bothered to record, and Hugo Spechtschart, the priest who described the iron spikes, wrote several of them down with their melodies. Haunting tunes by all accounts. The verses walk through the Passion, Mary at the foot of the cross, the wounds, the nails, and then turn on the audience with the refrain that gave the whole movement its voice, calling on everyone present to raise up their hands so that God might turn aside the great dying. That's the line, the great dying, das große Sterben, sung in the square of a town where the pits were filling, by men opening their own backs to a crowd that had buried children that month. Other verses ran through the sins bringing the wrath down, and the crowd knew the catalogue by heart before the singers arrived. Whatever else the movement was, it had found the one liturgy that said out loud what everyone was living through, in their own language, while the official church was still chanting Latin over the graves. The melodies outlived the movement by centuries, drifting into the hymnals and the folk repertoire, and musicologists still perform reconstructions from Hugo's notation. So you can, if you're curious, listen tonight to the actual tunes that accompanied the Iron, sung now by choirs in concert dress, to audiences who applaud at the end. At certain verses, the whole company would drop, hundreds of men falling face down in the dirt at once with their arms flung out to the sides, making their bodies into crosses, and they would lie there while the master walked among them, stepping over the prone bodies, thrashing each one across the back and calling on him to rise. 3 times in a ceremony they went down like that. Men whose sins were especially heavy fell in special postures, an adulterer face down, a perjurer on his side with fingers raised as if swearing a false oath, so the crowd could see the sin written in the arrangement of the body. And the crowds came. That's the part that's easy to skip past. This wasn't a fringe spectacle performed to empty squares. Church bells rang when a flagellant company approached a town. People walked out of the gates to meet them and escorted them in like a relic procession. Householders competed to shelter them because having a flagellant under your roof was thought to bring blessing, maybe protection from the pestilence itself. When the whipping started, the townspeople stood in a ring around the circle of bleeding men, groaning, sobbing, urging them on. Chroniclers describe women pressing forward to catch the blood as it flew, daubing it on their eyes, on the faces of their children. In one town, the crowd was said to have carried off a dead flagellant's body in pieces of cloth soaked red as relics of a saint. The church hierarchy watched all of this with growing horror, and not only for theological reasons. Laymen were performing a public rite that manufactured holiness with no priest anywhere in the loop. The flagellants were, in effect, running their own sacrament, absolution through blood, self-administered, and the crowds clearly believed it worked better than anything the clergy were offering. One town kept an unusually close diary of what an arrival actually felt like, and the numbers in it are staggering. Tournai, in Flanders, had for its chronicler the abbot of the great monastery of Saint Martin, an old man named Gilles Limoises, nearly blind, sharp as a blade, who sat in his abbey through the plague year taking down everything that moved past his gates. On the 15th of August, 1349, the Feast of the Assumption, the first company of flagellants entered Tournai, about 200 men from Bruges, and the whole city poured out to see them. The abbot records the crowd's reaction in one word repeated through his account: weeping. People wept at the singing, wept at the blood, wept at the recitation of the heavenly letter. And then the traffic began. A week later came a company from Ghent, then men from Sluis, from Dordrecht, from Liège, week after week through the autumn, company after company processing through the same squares, until Gilles, who was keeping count, could report that something like 3,500 flagellants had passed through his one city by October. Local men caught the fever and formed companies of their own. And here the abbot's account turns sour, because he watched what happened to his own townsmen. Weavers and tanners who had never fasted a day in their lives elected masters, bought scourges, and marched off on the 33-and-a-half-day circuit, and some came home transformed penitents, and others, he noted acidly, came home and went straight back to the tavern and the dice, having enjoyed a walking holiday with theatrical intermissions. He records the whispers about certain companies too, that the rule of never speaking to women was observed mostly in daylight, and that innkeepers along the Flagellant routes were doing the best business of their lives. A movement of tens of thousands contains everything, saints and tourists, and Gilles Limoises, to his credit, wrote down both. He also wrote down the thing that everyone at the time understood, and that's easy to miss from here, the sheer physical cost carried by the men who took it seriously. Twice a day, every day, for over a month, onto a back that never healed. By the second week, the skin across the shoulders was gone, and the whip was landing on open wound, and the wounds festered, the linen stuck to them overnight and tore free at the morning session. Men fainted in the circle, and were revived and finished the ceremony. The companies walked between towns in all weather, slept on straw or bare ground per the rule, and by the end of a pilgrimage, some of the brethren had to be carried. A few died of it. And the crowds, watching a man in that state land stroke after stroke with the iron biting deeper because the muscle had nothing left to protect it, drew what seemed the obvious conclusion, that suffering on that scale had to be purchasing something. The alternative, that heaven wasn't taking the payment, was unthinkable with the pits filling outside every town. And when the plague kept killing anyway, killing the Flagellants themselves, some bands lost members to the pestilence mid-pilgrimage, the movement faced the choice every failed remedy faces: admit the theory was wrong or find the reason the remedy was being blocked. Nobody chose the first option. The second option had an address, and we're coming to it. The whole operation rested on a document. Every Flagellant band carried a copy of something called the Heavenly Letter, and at each ceremony, after the whipping, one of the brethren would stand up and recite it to the crowd. The letter claimed to have fallen from heaven itself onto the altar of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, delivered by an angel, and its contents went roughly like this. God was enraged at mankind, at the Sabbath breaking, the blasphemy, the usury, the adultery, and he had resolved to destroy the world. The angel, along with the Virgin Mary, had begged him to relent, and God had agreed to hold back his hand on one condition. Men must go out on pilgrimage for 33.5 days, scourging themselves, spilling their own blood, never knowing a comfortable day or night, so that he might look down and forget his anger against poor Christendom. The letter was a forgery with a long pedigree. Versions of it had been circulating in Europe for centuries, but standing in a plague-year marketplace, watching men tear their backs open in front of you, hearing that heaven itself had set the terms and these men were paying them on your behalf, most people were not in a document authentication frame of mind. Chroniclers say audiences wept and trembled through the whole recitation. The letter's family tree runs back centuries, and churchmen knew it, and that's part of what made the whole business so maddening from their side of the altar rail. Letters from heaven were a recurring medieval phenomenon, the most famous being the so-called Sunday letter, a document claiming divine authorship that surfaced across Europe from the early Middle Ages onward, demanding stricter Sabbath observance under threat of monstrous punishments, and popes and councils had denounced it as a forgery repeatedly, in different centuries, to no lasting effect, because the letter kept resurfacing with fresh details like a weed with a taproot. The Flagellant version had itself already toured once. A form of it was carried in the processions of 1260, and the 1349 edition simply updated the terms for the plague. Preachers had been telling congregations for 600 years that heaven did not send registered mail. Congregations kept deciding, in each emergency, that this time it had. To get a sense of what these companies looked like when they arrived somewhere new, the best eyewitness we have is an Englishman. Robert of Avesbury was a church official in Canterbury's court, a dry, careful record keeper, and he described what happened when the movement finally jumped the channel. Around Michaelmas of 1349, more than 600 men came over to London from Flanders, mostly out of Zeeland and Holland. Twice a day they performed, sometimes at St. Paul's, sometimes at other points around the city. They wore cloth wrapped from the thigh to the ankle and nothing above it, and each man had a cap marked with a red cross on the front and the back. Each carried a three-tailed scourge with the knots and the spikes. They walked one behind the other in single file, whipping their bare, bleeding bodies, 4 of them chanting in their own language, and 4 answering back and forth like a litany. And 3 times in each procession the whole column threw itself to the ground with arms stretched out in the form of a cross, and the men at the back walked forward over the line of prone bodies, each one striking the man beneath him with his scourge as he passed, so that every man was whipped by his brothers as well as by himself. The Londoners turned out to watch. And then, notably, nothing. The movement never caught in England. 600 bleeding Dutchmen performed in front of St. Paul's, and the English looked on with what seems to have been polite, appalled curiosity, and eventually the visitors got back on their boats. English chroniclers sound almost puzzled writing it up. Explanations get offered. England's plague experience ran a beat behind the continents. The Crown kept tight control of public assembly. The islanders simply found the performance foreign, and none of the explanations quite covers it, since England was dying at the same rate as everyone else, and produced no whip movement of its own, then or later. Some fires need a wind you can't see to catch, and whatever that wind was, it didn't cross the water. On the continent, it was a different story, and the story was turning ugly fast. The movement had a built-in problem, the same one every apocalyptic enthusiasm runs into. Its entire premise was that extraordinary measures were required because the ordinary structures had failed. The church had failed, the clergy had failed. That's why laymen were out here buying God's mercy with their own skin. Follow that logic a little further, and the clergy start to look less like failures and more like obstacles. By early 1349, there were bands whose masters heard confessions and granted absolution themselves, straightforward usurpation of the priesthood. Flagellants interrupted services, drove priests from their own altars, seized church goods. In some towns, priests who spoke against the movement were stoned. A Dominican friar who tried to argue with a band near Meissen was, by one account, nearly killed by the crowd before he got away. Some of the brethren began preaching openly that the Church's sacraments were worthless, that only the baptism of blood counted now. And here and there, at the radical edge, men stood up in the circle and claimed to be more than penitents. At Erfurt, one flagellant proclaimed himself the Messiah returned. He was seized and burned as a heretic, and you can take that as an early sign of where the authorities were heading. But by then, the movement had already found its victims, and its victims were not priests. Wherever the plague went, a rumor went ahead of it. The wells were poisoned. Someone was doing this. And across the German-speaking lands, the someone settled almost immediately on the Jews. The accusation ran that Jewish communities, in league with agents abroad, were dropping poison into wells and springs to exterminate Christendom. Under torture, individual Jews in towns along Lake Geneva confessed to exactly that, named accomplices, described little packets of poison, and those confessions, extracted on the rack and under hot irons, were copied out and sent from city council to city council across the Rhineland like an intelligence briefing. The massacres began before the Flagellants even arrived in most places. That has to be said plainly, the poison libel didn't need them. But when the bands did arrive, marching into towns already boiling with terror and rumor, preaching that God's wrath demanded purification, the effect was petrol on a fire. In town after town in 1349, the arrival of a flagellant company and the destruction of the Jewish quarter came within days of each other. In Frankfurt, in July, the Flagellants marched straight to the Jewish streets on arrival, and the community there was wiped out. In Brussels, the mere news that the bands were approaching set off a massacre that killed the whole community, some 600 people. A contemporary chronicler wrote that in the summer of 1349, the Flagellants were killing Jews wherever they found them, and that many of the common people believed this was exactly what the pilgrimage was for. Basel had already shown everyone the method. In January of 1349, weeks before the Flagellants were anywhere near, the city's guilds forced the council's hand, and the Jews of Basel were taken to an island in the Rhine, where a wooden house had been built for the purpose, a structure with one function, and they were shut inside it, and it was burned with them in it, several hundred people, and their children were taken beforehand and forcibly baptized and distributed to Christian households to be raised apart from the memory of their parents. A purpose-built wooden house. Somebody drew that up, somebody costed the timber, carpenters spent days on it knowing what it was for. The same design appears at Strasbourg a month later, scaled up. When historians say the pogroms of 1349 were organized rather than spontaneous, that's the sort of evidence they mean. Mobs don't do carpentry in advance. Strasbourg is the one to sit with, partly because the record there is so complete, and partly because the man who wrote it down was a local priest who understood precisely what had happened in his city and said so. His name was Jakob Twinger von Königshofen. In Strasbourg, the city government, the old council, had actually tried to protect its Jews. The bishop and the surrounding lords were demanding their destruction, the guilds were seething, and the council held the line and said the well-poisoning charge was nonsense. In early February of 1349, then, the guilds rose, overthrew the council, and installed a new one. 5 days later, on the 14th of February, St. Valentine's Day, the Jews of Strasbourg were taken out to their own cemetery, where a large wooden structure had been built, a platform, or by some descriptions, a great house of timber, and they were put onto it and it was set alight. Königshofen says there were about 2,000 of them. Those who agreed to accept baptism were pulled aside and spared. Many small children were dragged out of the fire by onlookers and baptized over the screams of their parents. Some accounts say pretty young women were pulled out as well, for reasons the chroniclers don't dwell on. Everyone else burned. The whole thing took most of the day. And then Königshofen adds the detail that makes his account famous. Everything the Jews had owed was cancelled, all the debts, and the pawns and bonds held against loans were handed back to the borrowers. The cash the community possessed was seized by the council and divided among the working men, and the priest, writing it up, put down his own verdict in one flat line, that the money was the poison that killed the Jews, because if they had been poor, and if the nobles had not been in their debt, they would never have been burned. He was there. That was his conclusion. 2 coders to Strasbourg, because the city wasn't finished disgracing itself. The searches on the day itself, some accounts say, extended to the clothing of the condemned, garments cut open on the way to the cemetery on the theory that coins might be sewn into hems, the plunder beginning before the killing had. And roughly 20 years later, the debts safely extinct and the plague passed. Strasbourg quietly readmitted Jews to the city, lending being useful and memories being short, took their taxes for a generation and then expelled them once more before the century closed. The cathedral tower kept for centuries afterward a municipal horn blown nightly, and one strand of city tradition tied the custom to commemorating deliverance from the poisoning plot, the massacre memorialized as a rescue, which may be the bleakest sentence in this whole section, and the competition is real. Erfurt came 5 weeks later, on the 21st of March. The numbers reported for Erfurt swing wildly. The low accounts say around 100 dead. The high ones say 3,000. And the city's own records of its Jewish heritage today put it at up to 900 and state simply that the community was destroyed. Erfurt today holds, by strange fortune, one of the most moving survivals of that destroyed world. The community's medieval synagogue came through because it was seized and converted, storehouse, ballroom, its origins gradually forgotten, and stood camouflaged in the middle of town for 6.5 centuries until restorers identified it, the oldest intact synagogue building in Central Europe. And in a cellar nearby, excavators found a hoard buried in 1349 and never reclaimed, coins, silverwork, and a gold wedding ring, hidden by someone who intended to come back. What comes through the sources either way is how the end arrived. When the mob broke into the Jewish quarter, families barricaded themselves in their houses, and a number of them, understanding exactly what capture meant, because everyone by now knew what had happened in Strasbourg and Basel and everywhere else, set fire to their own homes and died inside with their children before the crowd could reach them. That choice, self-burning ahead of the mob, repeats across the massacres of 1349 in city after city. In Mainz that August, home to one of the largest Jewish communities in Europe, the community actually fought back when the attack came, killed a number of the attackers, and when the fight was lost, hundreds of families fired their own houses. The dead at Mainz were counted in the thousands, some sources say 6,000, and the fires spread until part of the city itself went up. Cologne's turn came the same week, St. Bartholomew's Eve, the mob breaking into the Jewish quarter by night. And the outcome ran the pattern we've seen: killing, self-burning, the quarter gutted, and the city council afterward calmly registering the transfer of the dead community's property, house by house, the paperwork surviving to this day in hands that never shook. By the time the plague year turned, hundreds of Jewish communities in the German lands had ceased to exist. The Flagellants did not start that machine, but they marched beside it, blessed it, and in a number of towns they put their own hands on it. And when the Pope finally moved against them, he named the killing of Jews specifically among their crimes. Clement VI had been watching from Avignon with mounting alarm, and to give the man his due, he'd been almost alone among the powerful in trying to stop the pogroms. Twice in 1348, he issued bulls declaring the poison charge absurd, pointing out the obvious, that the plague was killing Jews exactly like everyone else and raging in lands where no Jews lived at all, and ordering clergy to protect them. It made little difference on the ground, but he tried. In Avignon itself, where he could enforce his own writ, no massacre happened, and Jewish refugees from the Rhineland found shelter in the papal territories, and his own physician through the plague was a Jew. Facts that sat oddly beside everything his church's doctrine said about the people he was protecting, and he seems not to have cared about the oddness. His stated reasoning was blunt for a papal document. The plague was the work of God or of the stars. It was killing Jews as thoroughly as Christians, and the accusations were a cover for robbery. Nobody in Strasbourg was interested. Now the Flagellants presented him a second problem. A mass lay movement performing its own sacraments, defying clergy, harboring men who called themselves the Messiah, and soaked to the elbows in the massacres. A delegation of Flagellants had actually appeared at Avignon, hoping for papal blessing. The University of Paris sent a theologian to argue against them. The theologian, a Flemish monk named Jean Dufait, who had watched the movement operate in his homeland, delivered a formal address before the Pope and cardinals that October, working through the Flagellants' errors point by point, the usurped absolutions, the heavenly letter, the contempt for the clergy, the violence, and the killing of Jews, stood in his catalogue of charges, cited to the Pope as one of the movement's fruits by a man who had seen the fruit at first hand. Clement made his decision, and on the 20th of October, 1349, he issued letters to the archbishops across France, Germany, England, Poland and Sweden, condemning the movement, dissolving the bans, and ordering the bishops and, where necessary, the secular arm to suppress anyone who persisted. The bull accused them of usurping church authority, of forming illicit conventicles, and of shedding the blood of Jews. Kings enforced it with enthusiasm. Philip of France banned public flagellation on pain of death. And town councils that had been queasy about the bans for months finally had cover to act. And the movement collapsed. That's one of the strangest parts of the whole story, the speed of the deflation. An enterprise that had put tens of thousands of men on the roads, that had crowds weeping in 100 market squares, folded within months of the bull. A chronicler in Germany, Henry of Hereford, reached for the image that everyone quotes. The Flagellants vanished as suddenly as they had come, like phantoms of the night, like ghosts mocked away at cockcrow. Masters who had absolved sins and commanded hundreds slunk home. Accounts survive of companies caught mid-pilgrimage by the news, columns arriving at town gates that had welcomed the last band with bells and finding them shut. Magistrates on the walls with the bull's terms, and the brethren standing in the road in their marked hoods, 20 days into a 33.5-day vow, discovering that the vow was now a crime, and most of them simply unwrapped the hoods and walked home as ordinary men, the fastest mass demobilization in the century. Some of the brethren recanted publicly. Some were made to finish their pilgrimages in irons. The ones who wouldn't stop found out quickly that the climate had changed, because now the stake was on the table. Because the movement didn't actually die. It went underground, and underground it fermented into something much stranger. The place it survived longest was Thuringia in central Germany, and the man who kept it alive there deserves a moment, because he's one of the more unsettling figures in this whole video. His name was Konrad Schmid. He was a layman, self-taught, and the story goes that he'd educated himself in the library of Walkenried Abbey, working through theology on his own with nobody to tell him where the edges were. Around 1360, he gathered the scattered flagellant faithful of Thuringia and gave them a new doctrine, and the doctrine was this: the church was finished. Its sacraments were dead letters. The prophecies of Isaiah, properly understood, referred to him, Konrad Schmid, and the scourging of Christ had only ever been a rehearsal, a foreshadowing of the movement he now headed. He announced himself as the Emperor Frederick returned, the sleeping emperor of German legend who would rise at the end of days, and styled himself King of Thuringia. His followers confessed their sins to him on their knees, and he absolved them with the whip. Baptism in water was obsolete. The only baptism that counted now was baptism in blood, your own, drawn by the scourge, and the end of the world was scheduled. He set a date, 1369. The Inquisition got to him first. Around 1368, the inquisitors came into Thuringia and Schmid disappears from the record. Most historians conclude he was seized and almost certainly burned, though the sources are thin on the moment itself. In 1369, the year the world was supposed to end, 40 of his flagellants were rounded up and interrogated at Nordhausen, and 7 of them went to the stake. And that should have been the end of the story, a strange little heresy snuffed out. Instead, the sect survived Schmid's death the way sects sometimes survive a founder's death, by deciding he hadn't really died. His followers went on believing, quietly for generations, meeting in houses, whipping themselves in secret, waiting for Frederick to return, and the authorities went on finding them and burning them for over a century. The tally across that century is genuinely hard to look at. In 1414, an inquisitor named Heinrich Schöneveld ran a great trial at Sangerhausen. 84 members of the sect brought before him. He sentenced 3 to death and imposed penances on the rest. Standard inquisitorial practice, the Inquisition on the whole preferred recantations to corpses. Then Schöneveld left town, and once he was gone, the local secular lords, who had no patience for penances, disregarded his judgments, gathered up the people he had released and burned them, and then went hunting through the villages for their families and supporters. In that 1 year, in Thuringia, the count of those burned by the secular courts runs to at least 168 people, and some accounts push it toward 300. Whole village congregations, farmers and their wives, people whose heresy consisted of whipping themselves in their kitchens and hoping a dead emperor would come back, chained to posts and burned in batches. The interrogation articles from those 15th century trials let you see what the sect had become in its long night underground, and it had become something remarkable. Schmid was no longer a dead founder. He had been promoted. The captured believers held, according to the articles put to them, that Conrad Schmid was Enoch, the deathless prophet of Scripture, that he had not died at all, that he and his lieutenant reigned invisibly and would return at the head of the hosts to judge the world, and that the judgment seat would stand in Thuringia, their Thuringia, the villages and kitchens where they whipped themselves by candlelight. The church's entire apparatus, they held, had lost its power in the year 1369, the year of Schmid's proclaimed apocalypse. Everything after that date was pantomime, every baptism empty, every mass a dumb show, and the only true sacrament left on earth was the one they administered to themselves with knotted cords behind shuttered windows. Parents raised children in it. The trials catch 3 generations of the same families. A grandmother burned at Sangerhausen had been baptized in blood by parents who remembered men who had heard Schmid preach. That's what the stakes of 1414 were burning, not a movement, an inheritance. 12 more at Nordhausen in 1416, arrests at Quedlinburg in 1461, 22 burned at Sangerhausen in 1464, more than 100 years after Schmid first preached. Investigations still poking around Halberstadt in the 1480s. The whips themselves, meanwhile, never left European life. The Church had no problem with flagellation as such. Respectable confraternities of disciplinati went on processing in Italian towns for centuries, hooded, decorous, fully supervised, and penitential brotherhoods still march in parts of Spain and Italy today. What died in the fire in Thuringia was the version where the whip replaced the Church. The lesson the 15th century drew was simple enough. Penance was fine. Penance that organized itself was a capital crime. The Church even ran its own sanctioned version in the following century, as if to demonstrate the distinction. The Dominican preacher Vincent Ferrer later canonized, traveled Europe in the early 1400s with a following of penitents who scourged themselves publicly at his sermons, and the difference between his columns and Conrad Schmid's conventicles was, doctrinally, everything the authorities cared about. Ferrer's flagellants processed under clerical direction, confessed to priests, whipped as a supplement to the sacraments rather than a replacement. And where the movement drifted toward excess, councils reined it in with a warning rather than a stake. Same whips, same blood, same crowds. The iron question was never the iron, it was who held the license. While the flagellants were being hunted through the villages of Thuringia, the inquisitors doing the hunting were carrying around a checklist of an entirely different heresy, one they expected to find tangled up with the whips, and often claimed they did. This one had no processions and no spectacle. It lived in back rooms and beguine houses. It moved through whispered conversations and little books passed hand to hand. And in the eyes of the church, it was more dangerous than anything performed in a marketplace, because what it taught was that a human soul could climb so high into God that sin itself stopped applying. The inquisitors called it the heresy of the free spirit, and the people accused of it are usually called the brethren of the free spirit. And I want to be straight with you from the start about the shape of the evidence here, because it matters for everything that follows. Almost everything we know about these people comes from the men who interrogated, condemned, and executed them. The accused left very little in their own words. One extraordinary exception survives, and we'll spend real time with her, because her story is one of the saddest in this entire video. But for the movement as a whole, we are looking at people almost entirely through the eyes of their killers, and you can hold that in mind and still hear the story. The core idea, as the church described it, went like this. Through contemplation, through the stripping away of the will, a soul could achieve union with God in this life, not closeness, union, an actual merging. And a soul that had become one with God could no longer sin by definition, because whatever it did, God was doing. Such a soul had no further need of prayer, or fasting, or the Mass, or the sacraments. Those were ladders, and the perfected soul had reached the roof and kicked the ladders away. It owed obedience to no priest and no law. One formula that turns up in the trial records puts it in 9 words. Nothing is a sin except what is thought to be a sin. Now you can immediately see what a hostile interrogator does with that sentence. If the perfected can't sin, then the perfected can do anything. And the inquisitorial imagination went straight to the bedroom. The trial records and the polemics against the free spirit are full of lurid material, secret gatherings where adepts stripped naked, the sharing of women, adultery and fornication sanctified as acts of union, incest justified as innocence regained. Whole treatises were written cataloguing these enormities. And here's what the modern scholarship, particularly the work of a historian named Robert Lerner, who spent years going through every surviving trial record, has to say about all that. The lurid catalogues repeat each other almost word for word, across decades and across hundreds of miles, the way template accusations do. The same orgies, the same phrases, turning up in Strasbourg and Vienna and Erfurt, drawn as much from a standard mental picture of what a libertine heretic must be doing as from anything a witness actually saw. What the accused themselves say, when you can hear them under the formulas, tends to be about annihilation of the will, poverty, contemplation, the soul sinking into God. Where the truth sat between the mystics' books and the inquisitors' orgy stories. I'll let you weigh for yourself. What's certain is what the church did about it, and what it did was kill people. The people it killed came heavily from one particular world, and that world needs a word of introduction, because it's one of the more remarkable social experiments of the Middle Ages, and most people have never heard of it. Across the Low Countries, the Rhineland and northern France, from the early 1200s on, thousands of women were living a form of religious life that fit into no official category. They were called beguines. They took no permanent vows, belonged to no order, answered to no mother superior appointed from above. Some lived alone, some in small houses together, some in walled compounds called beguinages that functioned like little self-governing towns of women inside the larger city, with their own streets and chapels. They supported themselves, weaving, nursing, teaching, laying out the dead. They prayed intensely. Many of them wrote, and they wrote in the vernacular, in Flemish and French and German rather than Latin, mystical poetry and treatises that ordinary people could actually understand. A woman could join without a dowry and could, in principle, walk away and marry. For a widow, or a woman who couldn't afford a convent's entry price, or simply a woman who wanted a life of prayer without surrendering herself to an institution forever, it was an opening the world didn't otherwise offer. And the movement wrote. Before Marguerite there was Hadewig of Brabant, pouring out visionary poetry in Flemish that ranks with anything in medieval literature, love mysticism at white heat, the soul and God as lovers in the courtly mode, and Mechthild of Magdeburg in German, whose Book of Revelations scolded corrupt clergy with a directness that made her enemies and forced her, old and going blind, into the shelter of a convent. Neither burned. Both were argued over, resented, investigated at the edges. The Beguine world had been producing fearless vernacular theology by women for 2 generations before Marguerite picked up a pen. And the difference between being a difficult ornament of the church and being fuel came down, case by case, to timing, patrons, temperament, and which particular men held which particular offices when your book crossed their desk. Their male counterparts, fewer and poorer, wandering lay brothers who begged and preached, were called beghards. And from the start, this whole loose, unlicensed, largely female religious world made churchmen deeply uneasy. Women without husbands and without walls, discussing theology in their own language, interpreting scripture around their own tables. When the panic over the free spirit came, the beguines and beghards were standing directly in the blast radius. One of them was named Marguerite Porrete. She came from Hainaut, the county straddling what's now the border between Belgium and France, born somewhere around 1258, and nearly everything personal about her is gone. We don't know her family, though the quality of her education suggests money. She knew her theology. She knew the conventions of courtly love poetry. She wrote sophisticated French. The chronicles attach the label Beguine to her, and she seems to have lived unattached even by Beguine standards. No beguinage, no community we can place her in, a woman moving through the towns of Hainaut on her own. At some point, probably in the 1290s, she began writing a book. She worked on it, by the internal evidence, for years, revising, expanding, and what came out the other end is one of the most extraordinary documents of medieval Europe, a long dialogue called The Mirror of Simple Souls. The book is a conversation, mostly between a character called Love, who speaks for God, and a character called Reason, who speaks for, more or less, the Church and common sense, about the journey of the soul. And the journey Love describes is a descent as much as a climb. The soul rises through 7 stages, and the rising is a stripping. First it gives up sin, then it gives up the world, then, and this is where the book gets vertiginous, it gives up virtue itself, gives up wanting, gives up willing, gives up even the desire for God, because desire is still a self reaching for something, and the self is the last wall. At the far end of the process, the soul is, in her word, annihilated. She numbers the stages herself, 7 of them, and the architecture is deliberate. The first 3, the recognizable ladder of devout effort, commandments, charity, works, the middle rungs, the surrender of works and will, and the 6th, the state she cares about, the annihilated life, with the 7th reserved for glory after death, so that the scandalous freedom sits inside a structure as ordered as a cathedral porch, a detail her judges' excerpts dispensed with. Nothing of it remains that could be distinguished from God. And a soul in that state, Love says, no longer needs the ladder it climbed, no longer needs masses and sermons and fasts and prayers, and, in the book's most dangerous formulation, such a soul gives to nature all that nature asks, without remorse of conscience. She wrote that. And she also wrote, in the same book, that a soul in that state is incapable of asking anything shameful of nature, because grace has remade what it wants. Reason, in the dialogue, keeps fainting in horror at Love's statements, keeps demanding explanations, and eventually Reason dies. The character actually dies partway through the book, unable to follow where Love is going, and the soul continues without her. You do not need a degree in medieval theology to see how that book looks on an inquisitor's desk with the page opened to the wrong sentence. The frame she chose for all this tells you who she thought she was writing for. The mirror borrows the machinery of courtly romance, the noble lady, the distant beloved king, and turns it inward. The soul is a princess in a far country, in love with a king she has only heard described, and the king is God. And she calls him by a name Marguerite seems to have coined, the far near, the one who is farther than far and nearer than near at once. Whole stretches of the book are closer to love poetry than to theology, and that was a choice with an audience in mind. This was written for people who knew the romances, literate laywomen, ladies, other beguines, written to be recited aloud in a hall, not disputed in a lecture room. She has the soul say, in the voice of the annihilated, that she keeps nothing of her own, wills nothing, knows nothing, a nothing so complete that God's will moves through her the way light moves through glass. And she has love announce early and unmistakably that this book will be misunderstood by almost everyone who encounters it, that the actives and the contemplatives of the ordinary church, the ones the book calls the lost and the sad, will hear only scandal in it, because it speaks a language only the annihilated can hear. She predicted her judges inside the book they judged. Whether that's prophecy or just a clear-eyed author counting her enemies in advance, you can decide. The first bishop to get hold of it was Guy of Colmieu, Bishop of Cambrai, sometime around 1306. He condemned the book as heretical and had it burned publicly at Valenciennes in her presence. She stood there and watched her life's work go into the fire in the town square, and the bishop attached a condition to her release that turned out to be the hinge of her whole fate. She was never to circulate the book or teach its ideas, in speech or in writing, ever. If she did, she would be judged relapsed. Relapse was the word that killed people. The system was built to forgive a first error, more or less, a heretic who recanted, did penance, and lived. A heretic who went back to the error after formal warning had, in the logic of canon law, chosen, and the punishment for the choice was fire. Marguerite knew all of that, and she went home and kept sharing the book. More than that, she sent copies out for endorsement to a Franciscan named John, to a Cistercian monk of the Abbey of Villers, and to one of the most respected theologians in Europe, Godfrey of Fontaines, a former master at Paris, and remarkably, all three gave her cautious approvals, Godfrey with the caveat that the book was strong meat, dangerous for ordinary souls, suitable only for the few. She tucked those approvals into later copies like blurbs. Then she passed the book to another bishop, and by 1308, the new bishop of Cambrai and the inquisitor of Lorraine had their hands on her, and she was forwarded up the chain to Paris, to the top of the system, to a Dominican named William of Paris, Inquisitor of France, who happened also to be the personal confessor of King Philip IV. Hold on to who his other client was. It decides how this ends. In Paris, she was put in prison, and she did something almost no one did in inquisitorial custody. She went silent. For a year and a half, she refused to take the oath, refused to answer questions, refused to ask for the absolution that was sitting on the table for most of that time. 18 months in an inquisitorial cell was its own sentence, and the procedure required her silence to be witnessed, formally, repeatedly, officials trooping in to put the oath to her before notaries and record the refusal visit after visit. The same question, the same quiet no, the file thickening with attested silences. Silence before an inquisitor had a legal meaning, contumacy, and she knew the price of it. And the simplest explanation of her strategy is also the most vertiginous one, that a soul annihilated in the sense her book described had nothing to say to reason's tribunal, and answering would have unsaid the book better than any recantation. She had written that the annihilated soul answers nobody. Then she sat in the chair and didn't. The procedure ground on around her silence. William extracted a list of propositions from the book and sent them, stripped of context, to a panel of 21 theologians of the University of Paris, who duly found them heretical, one master noting the sentence about giving nature all it asks with particular horror. The masters met in solemn session at the convent of the Mathurins in April of 1310, 21 names the record preserves, the cream of the theology faculty, and the procedure put before them was itself a small masterpiece of unfairness. They were shown 15 articles extracted from the book, sentences lifted clean of the dialogue that qualified them, without the author's name, without the approvals from Godfrey and the others that she had gathered, without reason's objections and love's answers, just the naked propositions, and they ruled on what they were shown. A book built as a conversation was condemned as a list. 3 of the 15 articles survive in the record, and one of them is the sentence about the annihilated soul taking leave of the virtues, and inside her own pages, that sentence sits within 3 chapters of explanation, and on the examiner's schedule, it sat alone. Canon lawyers confirmed the relapse. She had been formally warned at Valenciennes, and here was the same book, still moving. Alongside her in the process was one strange companion, a man named Guillard de Cressonessart, a wandering visionary who called himself the Angel of Philadelphia and had tried, apparently on his own initiative, to defend her and had been arrested for his trouble. Guillard was no disciple of hers in any doctrinal sense. His visions were his own. He believed himself clothed with a mission out of the book of Revelation. The angel of the Church of Philadelphia, sent in the last age to defend the true adherents of the Lord against the ministers of Antichrist, among whom he counted, with more courage than judgment, the Inquisitor of France. A man announcing that mandate inside William of Paris's own process was volunteering for the machinery, and the machinery took him. Under threat, Guillard broke and recanted and got life in prison. Marguerite never broke. On the 31st of May 1310, in the Place de Grève in Paris, before the assembled dignitaries, William of Paris declared her a relapsed heretic and released her to the secular arm, the legal formula by which the Church, forbidden to shed blood itself, handed you to the men who would. The next morning, the 1st of June, she was brought back to the Place de Grève, where the stake was ready. The Place de Grève is the square in front of what's now the Hôtel de Ville. Parisians were executed there for centuries, and it was packed. The chronicler William of Nangis's continuator, no friend of hers, he calls her a pseudo-woman in the same breath, recorded what happened as the fire was lit. She showed, he wrote, such nobility and such devotion in her bearing at the end that many in the crowd were moved to tears. She was somewhere around 50 years old, She said nothing that anyone recorded. The book burned with her, or was supposed to. A few streets away and a few weeks earlier, the same machine had been running at full capacity on a different set of victims, and the connection isn't incidental. That same May, 54 Templar knights were burned in Paris in a single day, men who had recanted confessions extracted under torture and were therefore, by the same relapse logic, fuel. William of Paris, Marguerite's judge, was the inquisitor who had opened the whole Templar affair for King Philip, his other client, the one I told you to remember. Philip needed the Templars destroyed for reasons of money and power, and the spring of 1310 was the season his Inquisition demonstrated, publicly and repeatedly, what happened to anyone the Crown's confessor designated relapsed. 4 years on, the principals followed their victims out of the world in a cluster that bred its own legend. The Templar Grand Master burned at Paris in 1314, cursing. The story ran, Pope and King to meet him before God's tribunal within the year, and Pope Clement dead within the month, Philip IV dead by November, and William of Paris's own end coming in that same season, the whole cast gone almost together, and medieval Europe, connoisseur of patterns, drew its conclusions. A solitary beguine with a dangerous book, arriving into that machinery at that moment, with that judge, never had a chance, and some historians think she was partly a demonstration piece, proof that the king's inquisitor enforced orthodoxy on all fronts. Whatever the mix of motives, the fire was the same temperature. Her death turned out to be a beginning rather than an end in 2 directions at once. Direction 1. The institutional panic. A year later, the Church convened a general council at Vienne, the same council that formally dissolved the Templars, and among its decrees came one called Ad Nostrum, aimed at, in its words, an abominable sect of malignant men known as Beghards, and faithless women known as Beguines in the Kingdom of Germany. The decree listed 8 errors of the free spirit: that the perfected soul cannot sin, that it owes no obedience, that it is freed from fasting and prayer, that it can grant the body freely whatever pleases it, and several of those errors are recognizably sentences of Marguerite's, filtered through her trial, projected onto an entire imagined sect stretching across Germany. Ad Nostrum is, in effect, the arrest warrant that created the crime. Armed with it, and with a companion decree that came close to outlawing the Beguine life wholesale, inquisitors across the Rhineland now had a definition, a checklist, and a mandate, and the following decades supplied the results. The checklist became literal, question lists built straight from the decree's 8 errors circulating among the tribunals. Do you hold that a man in this life can reach such perfection as to be incapable of sin, that the perfected need not fast or pray, that they owe obedience to no human authority, that the body may be granted freely what it asks, and a Beghard hauled in at Erfurt or Vienna was walked down the same 8 steps as one at Strasbourg, and his answers, shaped by the questions, confirmed the sect the questions presumed, and the confirmations were copied and circulated and hardened the list. Bureaucracy can manufacture a heresy the way a mill manufactures flour. Feed in the frightened and the odd at one end, turn the standard queries, collect uniform heretics at the other, and the uniformity was then cited as proof of an organized international movement. Some of the accused, no doubt, held every error on the list and worse. The files can no longer tell us which ones. Beguinages dissolved, their women turned into the streets. Beghards hauled in by the dozen. At Cologne, a Beghard called Walter the Dutchman, described as an eloquent lay preacher of the sect, was burned around 1322, and the chronicle adds that he withstood torture without naming a single associate. Around the same years, the notices from Cologne mention Beghards going into the Rhine, as well as into fires, drowning serving as the discreet option. No stake, no crowd, no last words carrying across a square. The river closing over the case, and the choice of method in these entries usually went unexplained, as if everyone involved understood which heretics rated a spectacle and which rated a splash. Trials at Strasbourg, at Erfurt, at Vienna, where a man named Johannes Hartmann cheerfully told his interrogators in 1458 that the truly free man could do exactly as he pleased, a confession so on the nose that historians still argue about whether he was a genuine radical, a madman, or a man saying what the questions asked for. The register preserves his answers in detail and loses interest in the man, his end unrecorded, the file caring about the specimen and not the fate, standard practice for these archives. Executions scatter through the record for 150 years, never a mass extermination, a steady drip. 2 here, 1 there, a drowning, a burning. Most of the victims poor, many of them women, almost none of them leaving a word of their own behind. The panic had been building material for decades before Vienne, and one of the strangest exhibits comes from Swabia, from a district called the Ries, around 1270. A local religious writer compiled a report on heretics discovered there, and his list of their sayings goes past anything even ad nostrum imagined. The perfected soul, the Rais heretics allegedly held, does not merely unite with God, it surpasses him. A man could become so perfect that God could deny him nothing, and one adept was reported as saying he had risen above God and now pitied him. They were said to reject fasting to the point of eating meat on Good Friday on principle, and to hold that a person in their state of freedom sinned more by resisting an impulse of nature than by obeying it. How much of that was ever preached by anyone, and how much was a cataloguer's fever dream, sits exactly where it sat with every other file we've opened tonight. The report circulated, and every inquisitor who studied it knew a little more surely what he was going to find before he found it. And the net those expectations wove caught more than Beguines. Meister Eckhart, the great Dominican mystic, one of the most celebrated preachers and academics in Europe, spent his last years on trial at Cologne and then at Avignon over propositions drawn from his sermons, sentences about the soul's ground and God's ground being one ground, about the birth of God in the soul, and he died in 1328 while the process was still running, protesting his orthodoxy to the end, and the year after his death, the Pope condemned a list of his propositions anyway, some as heretical, some as ill-sounding. Eckhart had preached to beguines in German on themes a hostile listener couldn't tell apart from the mirror of simple souls. The line between the century's most admired mysticism and its most burned heresy ran, in places, through single sentences, and depended a great deal on who was doing the listening and to whom. One trial from that long drip survives in enough detail to put faces on it, and it comes from Silesia, from the town of Schweidnitz, in 1332. The inquisitor there interrogated the women of a beguine house. The locals called them the Hooded Sisters, and the depositions were taken down at length, mostly from younger sisters and from women who had left, and what they describe has nothing to do with orgies. It's a regime. New entrants surrendered their property and their wills to the older sisters and were broken like novices in the harshest orders, beaten for faults, made to perform degrading labor, denied food, worked past exhaustion, and taught, the witnesses said, that the perfected among the elders had ascended beyond the need for any of the church's apparatus, that a soul could reach a state where it required nothing, not even God's grace as the church defined it. The elders, meanwhile, were said to hold themselves exempt from the austerities they imposed. Whether Schweidnitz was a free spirit cell, an abusive convent of a familiar type, or a house of genuinely radical mystics whose practices curdled, the file supports any of those, and the inquisitor, naturally, chose his answer before he asked his questions. What stays with you from the depositions is smaller than doctrine. The young women describing hunger, cold, beatings, and above all the totality of it, the surrender of the will as a lived daily fact rather than a mystical metaphor. The heresy of the free spirit, whatever it was in the books, was in practice a story about what human beings will do to each other and let be done to them, inside a locked house with a theology of perfection. The institutional weather around all such houses, meanwhile, swung with a violence that ruined thousands of entirely orthodox lives. After the Council of Vienne's decrees were published, bishops across the Rhineland moved on the beguines wholesale. The Bishop of Strasbourg, John of Durbheim, had opened that decade with a pastoral letter cataloguing the sayings of the sect as his informants reported them, that its adepts held themselves God by nature without distinction, that they might grant the body whatever it craved, that they stood beyond obedience and beyond sin, the full ad nostrum litany localized to his own diocese, and on the strength of the catalogue came the dissolutions. At Strasbourg in the 13 teens, the bishop ordered the Beghard and Beguine communities dissolved, their property confiscated, their distinctive dress banned in the streets, and the records show houses that had nursed the city's sick for 3 generations emptied within months. The women dispersed to relatives who didn't want them, or to no one at all. Then Rome, alarmed at reports of destitute holy women begging in the roads, issued clarifications protecting the good beguines from the measures aimed at the bad ones, and the persecution relaxed. And then a new inquisitor or a new scare would arrive, and it would tighten, and so on. Decade over decade, a whole class of religious women living permanently on a legal trapdoor. Some communities survived it all. A few beguinages in Belgium lasted into living memory. The last traditional beguine died in 2013, a sentence I still find hard to absorb. The great beguinages themselves still stand across Flanders, Bruges, Louvain, Ghent, whitewashed lanes and little courts, on the World Heritage lists now, filled with students and quiet tenants, and you can walk through on any afternoon and see the scale of the world that the 14th century put on a trap door. Entire townscapes built by and for unaffiliated holy women, the architecture outlasting both the life and the persecution. The ones who fell through the trapdoor mostly fell without a record. And the free spirit, the shadowy sect that may or may not have existed in anything like the form the Church imagined, goes into the ledger less as a movement than as the name of the fear that justified all of it. Direction 2 is stranger, and it's the one I find genuinely moving. The book survived. The mirror of simple souls, condemned at Valenciennes, condemned at Paris, burned with its author, kept circulating anyway, because somebody, several somebodies, walked away from 1310 with copies and kept copying. The trick that saved it was anonymity. Her name had been struck from it or fell away, and an anonymous mystical treatise raises no alarms. For 600 years then, the mirror moved through Europe as a respected, nameless classic of contemplative literature, translated into Latin, into Italian, into Middle English, copied by Carthusian monks, studied in convents, printed in the 16th century, praised by impeccably orthodox spiritual writers, at one point seriously attributed to a male mystic, being considered for canonization. Nuns meditated on sentences that a panel of Paris theologians had certified as fuel for a fire. Not until 1946 did an Italian scholar named Romana Guarnieri match the propositions condemned at Marguerite's trial to the text of the anonymous mirror and put her name back on her own book. The surviving manuscripts carry the marks of that long anonymous journey, and one set of marks in particular I find hard to forget. The medieval English translation was made by a careful soul who signs only with initials M.N., and M.N. clearly knew the book was dangerous, because scattered through the translation are little defensive glosses, passages where the translator stops, flags the sentence most likely to scandalize, and patiently explains the safe, orthodox sense in which such words ought to be taken. This is what the author must truly mean. This is how such words may be understood without error. An anonymous editor, bodyguarding an anonymous author against exactly the misunderstanding that had killed her, without knowing there had been a her or a killing. The instinct that the book needed protecting survived even when every fact about why had been burned away. which means the church burned the woman and then lovingly preserved her voice for 6 centuries without knowing whose it was. I'm not going to attach a moral to that. It doesn't need one. Before we leave the free spirit behind, 2 more of its people, because they show you the range of what got swept into that net. In Brussels, in the early 1300s, a woman known as Bloemardine preached and wrote to enormous popular acclaim, seated, her enemies said, on a silver throne when she taught, adored by crowds who believed that even the throne worked miracles after her death. Her theme, as far as it can be reconstructed, was seraphic love, the soul's burning union with God, and the great Orthodox mystic Jan van Ruusbroek spent part of his career writing against her influence. Every word of hers is lost. Her enemies won the archive, and she survives only as a silhouette in their complaints, a woman too loved and too listened to. The Orthodox mystics of the age felt the movement breathing beside them, close enough to touch, and one of them staged the encounter in writing. Henry Suso, the Dominican, one of the gentlest spiritual authors of the 14th century, includes in a little book of his a vision in which he meets a floating, formless presence and questions it, and the thing announces itself as the nameless wild one, at home nowhere, and Suso interrogates it about its freedom, and the answers come back in perfect free spirit idiom, unrestrained liberty, beyond distinction, beyond conscience, a creature living by its own light without a wherefore, and Suso spends the dialogue carefully marking the line between that wildness and the true abandonment of the saints, 1 letter of doctrine apart, an abyss apart in consequence. A great churchman thought the confusion dangerous enough to write a field guide for telling his own mysticism from the burnable sort. That's how close the line ran, and everyone serious knew it. And on the other end of the spectrum sits the confession of a man named John of Brunn, who told inquisitors at some length how he had lived 20 years among the Begghards of Cologne, and what he described was a full initiatory underworld, the surrender of property and will, the house of voluntary poverty, and then, in the inner circle, the doctrine that the free in spirit could take bread, take money, take women, take anything, because all things were common to the free, and that if a Begghar's brother in the street was dying of hunger while he ate, that was the brother's affair. He walked his questioners through the whole course of formation as he told it, the novice stripped of his goods at the door, the vow of obedience to the head of the house, years spent begging in the streets under orders, eating what humiliation brought home, saying nothing, owning nothing, until the will was judged dead, and then the doctrine of freedom opened to the broken man like a door out of a cellar. Everything permitted, everything his. The beggar of 10 years standing suddenly told that he stood above the law of Moses and the law of the church alike. If the account is true, it describes a machine for manufacturing exactly the antinomian it claimed merely to discover. If it's an apostate's slander, it describes what a hostile audience found most believable about houses of voluntary poverty. Either way, it's the fullest inside account of the beg-hard underworld we possess, and it exists in the files of the men who hunted them. Whether John was describing a real subculture, embroidering to please his questioners, or settling scores with a community he'd left, is exactly the question historians can't close. His confession went into the files, and the files went on producing bodies. As late as 1411, a whole cell called the Homines Intelligentiae, the men of understanding, was prosecuted at Brussels, complete with a leader who claimed the age of the Holy Spirit had dawned, and a special manner of prayer alleged to end in the dark with the candles out. The Brussels group centered on an aged visionary called Egidius the Singer, who claimed, among other things, a state of illumination beyond anything the saints had held, and a carpenter's son spokesman, and the case landed on the desk of Pierre d'Ailly, Bishop of Cambrai, one of the most formidable intellects in Europe. And what's striking about the outcome is its restraint. The old man was beyond the court's reach by the time the process concluded. The survivors abjured, penances were imposed, nobody burned. A century after Marguerite, the same diocese, near enough the same doctrines, and this time the machine chose paperwork over fire, a reminder that the temperature of persecution was always a choice, made by particular men, and that the ones who chose the stake had the paperwork option in front of them the whole time. The formula, you'll notice, barely changed in 100 years. Neither did the outcome. The free spirit was a heresy of interiors, whispered doctrine, hidden books, women's houses. 2 centuries earlier, at the other end of the social world, a heresy had come out of the woods of Brittany carrying weapons, and it was run by a man who believed that a sentence of the Latin Mass was about him personally. His story is shorter than the others, 1 strange decade, but it has stayed with me since I first came across it, partly for its absurdity and partly for how it ends, with the absurdity draining away and something much colder underneath. His name was Aeon de l'Étoile, Udo de Stella in the Latin of the chroniclers, Aeon of the Star, and he was active in Brittany in the 1140s. He was no peasant. The sources place his birth in a noble Breton family near Loudéac, and one tradition has him spending time in religious life, an Augustinian house, before he walked away from all of it to live as a hermit in the forest. And not just any forest. He settled in Brocéliande, the great wood of central Brittany that was already in the 1100s soaked in legend, the forest where the Arthurian romances would place Merlin's imprisonment and the fountain of Barrington that could summon storms. Locals told stories about that forest before Aeon ever entered it, and went on telling them long after. Into that setting, add a man alone for years with his prayers, and then add the Mass. Every requiem, every creed, turned on a Latin formula, per eum, qui venturus est judicare vivos et mortuos. Through him who shall come to judge the living and the dead. Aeon, hearing it, latched onto the second word, Eum. To his ear, it was his own name, Aeon, embedded in the liturgy itself, repeated by every priest in Christendom at every altar, a message hiding in plain sound. the one who shall come to judge the living and the dead. The church had been announcing him all along. Now, the chroniclers who tell us this, and we should name them because they're all we have, are a hostile chorus. William of Newburgh, an English canon writing decades later, is the fullest source, and he introduces Aeon as an illiterate idiot, a man of no learning whose head was turned by the sound of Latin he couldn't understand, a puppet of demons. Otto of Freising, the great German bishop historian, mentions him. Robert of Torigny mentions him too, along with the continuators of Sigebert of Gembloux. Every one of them writes from the winning side, and every one of them has an interest in making him ridiculous. Keep that in your pocket as we go, because the events they describe, stripped of the sneering, are not ridiculous at all. Brittany in the 1140s was a good place to recruit the desperate. The duchy had been through succession fighting, the countryside was periodically hungry, and the gap between what the church owned and what the poor ate was on display in every parish. The middle years of that decade were hunger years across the northwest of Europe generally. Harvests failing, grain prices spiking, the roads filling with people who had eaten their seed corn and left, and the chronicles of the region describe the poor stripping bark and boiling grass in the bad springs while the abbeys, by design and duty, held stores. An abbey's granary in a famine is a complicated building. Officially, it fed the poor at the gate, and many did, and everyone within walking distance also knew exactly how much sat behind the wall and who would still be fat at midsummer. A prophet who proposed, as a matter of theology, that the contents of those granaries belonged to the Son of God and his hungry angels, was not making an abstract argument in the Brittany of the 1140s. He was announcing dinner. Aeon came out of the forest announcing himself as the Son of God, the judge of the living and the dead, and people followed him, not a handful. The sources talk about a multitude, a great crowd of the poor, and what Aeon offered them was concrete. He turned his following into an armed band and pointed it at the church. For something like 8 years, from around 1140 to 1148, his people swept out of the woods and fell on monasteries, hermitages, granges and churches across Brittany and into the borderlands, stripping them of everything movable, treasure, vestments, food, and melting back into country they knew better than anyone pursuing them. Abbeys were left gutted. Some accounts say buildings burned and that people who resisted died. The chronicles are vaguer on bodies than on stolen chalices. Monastic writers always counted their property carefully. What they describe without ambiguity is an insurgency years long that the authorities of Brittany could not put down, moving fast, hitting the church's soft targets, and living well on the proceeds. The terror this spread through the religious houses of the region has to be reconstructed from asides, but it's legible. Communities within his range moved their relics and treasures inland to stronger houses, granges and outlying cells were abandoned, and the smaller hermitages, ironically the establishments closest in spirit to the life Aeon had once led, simply emptied, their occupants walking to the towns rather than wait for the visit. One continuation of the chronicles adds a detail that completes the picture of what he was building out there. He wasn't just naming angels, he was consecrating clergy, creating bishops and archbishops of his own among the brethren, a full parallel hierarchy for the new dispensation, so that somewhere in the woods of central Brittany in the 1140s stood an archbishop who had been a ploughman the previous spring, ordained by the returned Son of God, holding office in a church of one forest. The actual archbishops took the point. This was no longer banditry with slogans. It was a counter-church with revenues. Living very well, actually, and this is where William of Newburgh's account tips into the uncanny, because the wealth needed explaining, and William explains it with demons. Aeon kept a lavish table, the chronicle says, feasts of bread and meat and fish appearing in the depths of the forest, splendor beyond any visible source, and William assures his audience that it was all glamour, illusion food conjured by the devils who served the man, air dressed up as banquets, and that whoever ate at Aeon's table was bound to him from then on, altered, dimmed somehow, unable to leave. Gifts from his hand, William adds, rotted into leaves and dung and filth once you carried them away from him. You can hear, underneath the demonology, something more mundane and more interesting. Plundered monastic stores funding a rebel court in the woods, and a bond among the followers strong enough that outsiders reached for witchcraft to account for it. Because the bond was the truly strange part, and everyone who wrote about Aeon circled it. His people didn't just follow him. He reorganized them into a new heaven. He gave his lieutenants the names of angels and apostles, and to others he handed out titles like wisdom, knowledge, and judgment, so that a Breton peasant who had been nobody all his life woke up as an archangel, addressed as such by his brothers, ranked in a celestial hierarchy with the returned Son of God at the top. When the comet of 1148 burned across the sky, his followers took it as heaven, underlining the point, and the star attached itself permanently to his name. The timing of his capture, as it happens, tells you why the church was in no mood for Breton messiahs that particular spring. The council that judged him met in the immediate shadow of the Second Crusade's collapse. The great expedition preached by Bernard of Clairvaux himself, led by the kings of France and Germany, had just bled to death in Anatolia and fallen apart in front of Damascus, tens of thousands dead for nothing, and all of Christendom was asking how God could have allowed his own army to fail. Bernard was reduced to writing that the sins of the Crusaders must have been to blame, an explanation nobody found filling. Into an assembly of churchmen chewing on that humiliation walked a chained forest prophet claiming to be the Son come in judgment, and you can see how the laughter served a need. A world where Aeon was a demoniac clown was easier to stand in that room than a world where the failure at Damascus and the risen judge in Brittany might be parts of one message. The council also had real business with heresy that season. It examined the subtle Trinitarian formulations of Gilbert de la Porree, one of the most learned men alive, with Bernard prosecuting. And the contrast was the point. Gilbert got the full apparatus of scholarly scrutiny and walked away, corrected but intact. And Aeon got the laugh and the sell, and Aeon's followers, who had no learning to be examined, got the fire. Where you stood in the machinery depended a great deal on what you were, before anyone asked what you believed. William of Newburgh salts his account with anecdotes that were clearly circulating as campfire material, and two of them are too strange to leave out. A knight in one story keeps a falcon, or by another, turn of the tale a fine hawk, received out of Aeon's plunder, and the bird thrives until the day the knight rides away from the sect's territory, at which point the gift corrupts in his keeping, the way all Aeon's gifts corrupt into something foul, and the knight understands he has been paid in glamour. And the band's mobility got the same treatment, because Aeon's people struck at religious houses in districts far apart within days of each other, faster than honest travel could explain. So the explanation on offer became flight, demons carrying the brethren through the air between provinces, and terrified monastic communities went to bed, knowing that distance was no protection. Strip the devils out and you're looking at a mounted raiding force with good intelligence and better guides, hitting soft targets in a season when nothing in Brittany could coordinate a pursuit. The monks weren't wrong that something uncanny was operating in their world. They just misidentified which thing. Panic travels faster than horses, and it was panic doing most of the flying. 8 years is a long run for a bandit messiah, and it ended not with a battle, but with a church council. In March of 1148, Pope Eugene III convened a great council at Rheims. Hundreds of bishops and abbots from across Europe, Bernard of Clairvaux in attendance, an assembly gathered to settle disputes of doctrine and discipline at the highest level. Aeon was captured. The sources are frustratingly thin on how, seized somewhere in the diocese and delivered north, and brought into that hall in chains to be examined by, effectively, the entire senior management of Latin Christendom. He came in carrying a staff, a strange one, forked at the top into 2 prongs. And when the assembled fathers asked him who he was, he gave them the answer he had built his life on. "I am Aeon," he said, "he who shall come to judge the living and the dead." Asked about the staff, he explained its mechanism with perfect seriousness. When the 2 prongs pointed at the sky, God ruled 2/3 of the universe and left 1/3 to Aeon. When he reversed it and the fork pointed at the earth, the shares flipped, and 2/3 of everything passed into his keeping, and the council laughed at him. The chronicles record it plainly. The hall broke into laughter. Bishops of the Universal Church laughing in the face of a chained man, explaining how he shared the cosmos with God through a stick. They debated what he was, and settled on mad rather than heretical, a distinction with consequences. Madness meant custody rather than fire. He was handed to Archbishop Samson of Reims to be kept confined. By one tradition he ended at the Abbey of Saint-Denis, and in prison, within a year or 2, he died. Some accounts say he starved. A quiet end, off stage, for a man who had held a duchy in fear for most of a decade. His followers got no laughter and no insanity plea. A number of them had been rounded up with him or hunted down afterward, including, the sources note, the men who bore the great names, his angels and his apostles and his judgment, and they were offered the standard exit: renounce the man, return to the church, live. They refused. William of Newburgh, who had nothing but contempt for Aeon himself, pauses over this and can't quite hide his astonishment, because these men, given every chance, held to a leader already exposed, already laughed at, already caged, and they held to him all the way into the fire. They were burned, and the chronicle's word for how they went is unshakable. The accounts scatter the executions rather than fixing them, some at Reims in the council's wake, others hunted down and burned in the following months where they were caught, the mopping up of a network the church wanted unremembered. Not one recantation is recorded. Whatever Aeon had given those Breton peasants in the forest, feast or illusion, angelhood or delusion, it was evidently worth more to them than their lives, and they made that valuation publicly, in the flames, while the man they died for sat in a cell having judged nobody, living or dead. The movement left nothing behind, no texts, no successor, no underground. Within a generation, it was a cautionary anecdote in other men's histories. The forest of Brocéliande kept its legends, and Aeon isn't one of them. The storytellers preferred Merlin. Tourists walk that forest now, Pimpont on the maps, visiting Merlin's supposed tomb and the Fountain of Barrington, with guidebooks full of Arthur, and no signpost anywhere directs anyone to the man who actually raised an army of the starving out of those trees, fiction having beaten history at the site, as it usually does when given a fair start. Modern historians, going back over the affair, tend to see through the demonology to the sociology underneath. An armed movement of the starving, wrapped in the only ideology available to the 12th century poor, aimed with startling precision at the institutions that held the grain and the gold, and some frame Aeon's rising as a peasant revolt a few centuries early for its vocabulary. The chronicler's laughter on that view was itself a weapon, ridicule as containment, because a mad forest clown requires no examination of why thousands of people preferred his woods to their parishes. You can take the madness at face value, the man's answers at Reims support it, and still notice that the question the council never asked, what emptied those villages into Brocéliande, was the more dangerous one, and stayed unasked on purpose or by blindness, and either answer says something about the men in that laughing hall. 60 years after the laughter at Reims, the same institutional machinery convened again, in Paris this time, and nobody laughed, because the men in the dock weren't illiterate forest messiahs. They were masters and students of the University of Paris, the intellectual engine room of Christendom, priests trained at the summit of the system, and what they had concluded, by careful reasoning from a respected professor's lectures, was that God was everything, that hell was a rumor, and that a man filled with the Spirit could not sin. The Amalricians are the least known group in tonight's lineup, and their story is over almost as soon as it starts. One trial, one fire, but that fire, in November of 1210, was the first time the Middle Ages burned scholars for philosophy, and the panic it came out of ran deep enough that Aristotle himself got banned in the aftermath. Start with the professor. Amalric of Baina came from a village near Chartres and taught at Paris in the late 1100s, logic and the arts first, then theology, and by every account he was brilliant and magnetic and impossible to pin down in debate. Paris around the year 1200 was the place on earth to be that man. The schools had outgrown the cathedral cloister and spilled across the river onto the left bank. Thousands of students from every country in Europe, teenaged clerics and grey-haired masters, lectures at dawn, disputations that drew crowds like tournaments, and through it all, arriving year by year from the translation workshops of Spain and Sicily, the new books, Aristotle's Natural Philosophy and Metaphysics, Arabic commentators, material nobody's teachers had ever addressed, dropped into the most argumentative square mile in Christendom. Careers were made by saying new things one step short of the edge. Amalric's misfortune, or his integrity, depending on your angle, was to say the new thing itself. He had connections at court, close enough to the royal family that the young Prince Louis, the future king, favoured him. His lecture hall was full, and somewhere in those lectures, drawing on a dangerous old book, the 9th century philosopher John Scotus Eriugena, whose speculations had sat quietly gathering dust for 3 centuries. Amalric arrived at a proposition he seems to have genuinely believed and genuinely taught. God is the essence of all created things, not present in all things, not sustaining all things. Orthodoxy could live with those. Is all things. The stone is God insofar as the stone exists. You are God insofar as you exist. The distance between creator and creation, the absolute foundation of the whole medieval picture of reality, collapsed into identity. He put it in terms his students remembered. Every Christian must believe himself a true member of the body of Christ, actually a limb of God, and to fail to believe it was to fail of salvation. The university establishment came down on him around 1204 to 1206. His teaching was formally condemned, the earliest documented act of doctrinal censure in the University of Paris's history, an institution that would go on to make a specialty of it. Amalric, remarkably, appealed over everyone's heads to Pope Innocent III in person, travelled to Rome, argued his case before the most formidable lawyer pope of the age, and lost. Ordered to publicly recant, he came back to Paris and did it, stood up and unsaid his life's idea in front of the body that had condemned it. And then, the chroniclers say, he took to his bed with the humiliation of it, and died soon after, around 1206, of no disease anyone could name. Bitterness, the sources suggest. He was buried in consecrated ground with his reputation officially cleansed by the recantation, and if the story had stopped at his grave, he'd be a footnote in the history of the university. It didn't stop, because his students hadn't recanted anything. The students took the master's pantheism and did what students do, they pushed it to the horizon. If God is the essence of everything, then everything the Church had built between man and God, sacraments, relics, altars, saints, priests, was scaffolding around a union that already existed. They folded in the 3 ages scheme of Joachim of Fiore, the same Calabrian prophet whose date-setting had lit the fuse at Perugia and mapped history onto the Trinity. The age of the Father had run through the Old Testament, and in it God had worked through Abraham and the patriarchs. The age of the Son had run from the Incarnation to now, God working through Christ and the Church. And the 3rd age, the age of the Holy Spirit, was not coming. It had come. It had begun in their own lifetime, and the Spirit had become incarnate exactly as the Son once had, in flesh, in men, in them. Each of them, they taught, was the Holy Spirit in a body. And a man in whom the Spirit dwells cannot sin. Whatever the body does, the trial record spells out the application. If a man in the Spirit commits what the old age called adultery or fornication, no sin occurs, because sin belonged to the 2nd age, and the 2nd age was over. Heaven and hell were conditions inside a person, not places. To know what they knew was heaven, to be ignorant of it was the only hell. The resurrection of the body, a fable. Relics, dust worth nothing. The bones of the martyrs, one of them was reported as saying, might as well be the bones of anyone. Within 5 years they prophesied all mankind would be spiritual, and one of their number, a Parisian craftsman known as William the Goldsmith, who had emerged as the circle's prophet, foretold the wonders that would clear the ground first. Plagues, the fall of kings, fire from heaven on the prelates of the church. The prophecies had a court-facing side too, and it was shrewd. Reports of the sect's teaching include a starring role for the French crown in the Age of the Spirit. The Kingdom of France assigned dominion in the new dispensation, which looks, from this distance, like a survival strategy wearing a halo, a prescribed movement offering the one power that could protect it a place in its heaven. Amalric had taught the future king. His disciples kept the family in the prophecy. It bought them nothing at all when the arrests came. Philip Augustus's officers worked hand in glove with the bishops, and the royal court watched its old tutor's school burn without a recorded murmur. None of this was shouted in the streets. The Amalricians moved quietly, priests and clerics for the most part, at least a dozen of them holding positions in parishes scattered across the dioceses around Paris, Sens, Langres, Troyes, Amiens, teaching the doctrine in private to selected laypeople, hearing confessions by day in the Second Age and gathering by night in the Third. They might have run for years. What broke them was an informer, and the operation was cold-blooded, even by the standards of the time. A cleric, Master Ralph of Namur, either approached the sect or was approached by it, and reported the contact to his superiors, and the instruction that came back was not to denounce them, but to join them. Ralph feigned conversion. For weeks, with at least one companion, he travelled the circuit of the sect's cells as a trusted brother, sat in the night meetings, professed the doctrine, prayed their prayers, and memorized names, all of it with the blessing of the church whose sacraments forbade false witness, an irony nobody in authority seems to have lost sleep over. When the list was long enough, the arrests came all at once. The trial was held at Paris in 1210 before a council of bishops under Peter of Corbeil, Archbishop of Sens, with the masters of the university sitting in judgment on their own. 14 of the accused stood before it. The examinations broke them into 2 groups, 4 who bent, abjured, satisfied the judges, and were sentenced to perpetual imprisonment, and 10 who would not. These weren't marginal men. The lists attached them to real pulpits and real parishes. Several held cures in and around the city. One had stood for examination in theology, and part of the affair's horror for contemporaries was exactly that. The infection had been distributing sacraments to ordinary congregations for years, from ordinary altars, with nobody the wiser until the spy's report. What the 10 said in their own defense is mostly lost, filtered into the hostile summaries, but the sentence survives, and so does the scene. One fragment of their voice does come through the hostile filter, and it's pure distilled Amalrician. Confronted with the fire, one of the condemned was reported as answering that insofar as he existed, he was God, and what was God could not be destroyed. The flames would meet nothing in him that was capable of perishing. The chroniclers pass it along as proof of madness. Said from inside the doctrine, it's perfectly consistent, and it may be the closest thing we have to knowing what those men were telling themselves as the wood was stacked. First came the degradation. On a November day, the condemned clerics were taken to a church and formally stripped of their orders. The ceremony ran in reverse of ordination, vestments removed piece by piece, the symbols of office taken out of their hands, fingertips that had been anointed to hold the host scraped, so that what walked out of the church was legally no longer a priest, and could be given to the fire without the church technically burning one of its own. 6 days later, on the 20th of November 1210, the day after the great annual fair, with the city still full of visitors, the 10 were brought out through the Saint-Honoré gate to Les Champeaux, the market fields just outside the walls, the ground that would later become Les Halles, the belly of Paris. Parisians and visitors have walked over the spot for 8 centuries since, market, pavilions, shopping mall, the metro thundering under it, with nothing to mark what the ground was used for on the 20th of November 1210. Cities keep their fires in the footnotes. A crowd described as enormous had assembled, the stakes were set, and as the fires were lit, according to the account that circulated afterward, most fully in the story collection of Caesarius of Heisterbach, a storm broke over the field, a great wind rising out of nowhere as the 10 burned, and the crowd understood it at once. The spirits the heretics had trusted were coming for them, or heaven itself was answering. William the goldsmith, who had prophesied fire from the sky onto the prelates, died under a sky-throwing wind at his own pyre. Whether the storm blew outside Caesarius's pages, no one can check. The 10 died either way, and the chroniclers note that some of them called out to the end, unrepentant, still in the 3rd age as the second one killed them. Caesarius, our storyteller from Heisterbach, preserves one more layer of the affair, the recruiting pitch, because what fascinated him was how priests had sold this in the parishes. The Amalrician confessors, he says, taught selected penitents that the God who had spoken in Abraham and spoken in Christ now spoke in them, in the person kneeling in the pew, and you can feel the pull of that across 8 centuries, a doctrine whispering to a Paris laundress, or a Champagne ploughman that the Incarnation's current address was their own body. Some among the laity wept at it, some informed on it, and at least a few, the record suggests, followed their confessors all the way, because the 4 sentenced to prison rather than fire included men whose guilt was judged lesser, and the investigation swept up laypeople whose fates the chronicles don't bother recording, the usual silence at the bottom of these affairs. The degradation ceremony, meanwhile, drew a crowd of its own, Paris turning out to watch 10 of its priests unmade, and one detail of the rite deserves a second look, the scraping of the fingertips. Consecrated fingers had touched the host, so before the state could burn the man, a blade was drawn across the pads of his fingers to cancel the anointing, a bureaucratic gesture done with an edge, the institution taking back its sacraments through the skin. Then the fire could have him with everyone's paperwork in order. Much of what we can reconstruct of the sect's actual teaching comes, in the usual irony, from a book written to destroy it, a treatise against the Amalricians composed by a learned Cistercian, and the treatise preserves, in the act of refuting them, the arguments as the sect apparently made them, scripture texts they leaned on, the analogies they drew, God in all things as light is in all air, the answers they gave to standard objections. Refutation is a form of taxidermy. The animal is dead, but you can see how it was put together. Every group in tonight's video survives mainly in that condition, stuffed and mounted by its hunters, and the Amalricians, being the smallest, survive almost nowhere else. The council was not finished when the fires went out. Amalric had been 4 years in his grave in consecrated ground, shielded by that deathbed-adjacent recantation, and the judges decided the recantation had been a fraud all along. His body was ordered exhumed. The bones were dug up, carried out of the churchyard, and disposed of in unconsecrated ground. One account says thrown into a pit where refuse and the excommunicate went. Another tradition says burned and the ashes scattered, and his name was formally excommunicated so that the sentence could go on being pronounced against a man who no longer existed. The same council, casting around for the source of the infection, made a decision with a long shadow. It banned the natural philosophy of Aristotle from being taught at Paris, the new translations then flooding in from Spain, on the theory that too much pagan metaphysics had cooked these men's minds, and Aristotle stayed formally banned at Paris for decades, honored in the breach, while the faculty quietly kept teaching him. The same synod condemned the notebooks of another Paris master, David of Dinant, whose speculations had run parallel to Amalric's toward the identity of God and matter, his writings to be surrendered and burned by Christmas on pain of being held a heretic, and David himself got out of France ahead of the sentence and vanishes from the record, the escape Amalric's students never attempted. And in a quieter clause with a long future, the synod ordered the surrender of theological writings in the vernacular, French books about the faith, alongside the heretical notebooks, sweeping up in passing the whole nervous question of ordinary people encountering doctrine in their own language, the question that would come back around Marguerite's French book almost exactly a century later, in front of some of the same institutions, with the answer already on file. 5 years later, the Fourth Lateran Council put the seal on it, condemning the doctrine of Amalric in a phrase somebody clearly enjoyed drafting, a doctrine, the council said, not so much heretical as insane. Every member burned or buried, the founder's bones in a refuse pit, the sect extinguished inside a decade, and 1 sentence of institutional contempt as a headstone. Paris went back to its lectures. Whether anything of them actually survived the fire is one of those questions historians circle without landing. The doctrines turn up again, God as the being of all things, the Spirit incarnate in the perfected, sin abolished for the illumined, in the Free Spirit files a century later, and some scholars have drawn a line of descent, scattered survivors seeding the Rhineland, while others point out that ideas this shape get reinvented wherever mysticism, Joachim, and desperation share a room, no courier required. The trials themselves settle nothing, since the inquisitors of 1310 had the records of 1210 on their shelves, and a demonstrated habit of finding what the shelf told them to expect. A century after those fires at Les Champeaux, in the mountains of northwest Italy, the Church fought an actual war against a heresy, with a crusade proclaimed, armies raised, sieges laid through alpine winters, and at the end of it a public execution so deliberately atrocious that Dante put a warning about it into the Inferno within a few years of the event. The Dulcinians are the centerpiece of this video, the fullest and cruelest of these stories, and it begins, oddly enough, back in 1260, the same apocalyptic year that sent the first Flagellants into the streets of Perugia in the city of Parma, with a young man the Franciscans turned away at the door. His name was Gerard Segarelli, and the sources describe him as a simple man, uneducated, from the countryside near Parma, who applied to join the Franciscan friars and was refused, they don't say why, and who then decided, with a literal mindedness that would define everything that followed, to skip the friars and go straight to the source. If the point of Francis was to live like the apostles, Segarelli would live like the apostles. No order, no rule, no permission. He studied the paintings of the apostles on the lamp of the Franciscan church, the story goes, and rebuilt himself to match, grew out his hair and beard, put on a white robe, wrapped a cord around his waist, went barefoot. He sold his house, and then, standing in the piazza of Parma with the entire proceeds in a sack, he did something that made him famous overnight. He didn't give the money to the poor, the sensible, charitable move. He threw it away, scattered it to the crowd, to loiterers and gamblers, by one account, tossing it among men shooting dice, on the reasoning that money was the disease and it hardly mattered who caught it next. Then he owned nothing, and he walked out into Lombardy calling on people to do penance, and Lombardy, still humming with the Joachimite excitement of 1260, answered. They came to be called the Apostolic Brethren, the Apostolics, and within 20 years they were thousands strong, wandering central and northern Italy in white robes, begging, preaching penance, owning nothing, an unlicensed copy of the Franciscan idea with the institutional safety features removed. Our friend Salimbene turns up here too, and he's at his most vicious, because Salimbene was a Franciscan of Parma, and Segarelli was, to him, a walking insult to his order, a parody performing next door. His chronicle spends pages on the man, and the pages drip. Segarelli, he insists, was an ignorant swineherd of a fellow whose imitation of the apostles was mummery, and he retails, as fact, the story that Segarelli had carried the imitation of Christ to the point of reenacting the infancy, having himself wrapped in swaddling bands and rocked in a cradle and suckled, a grown man at the breast, a tale Salimbene tells with relish and no witnesses. He sneers at the movement's sisters too, the women who travelled with the brethren as companions in the apostolic life, and here his sneer is the same one we've met in every file tonight: holy sister in public, something else in private, the standing insinuation deployed against every mixed religious movement of the age, unprovable, unanswerable, and effective. What leaks through Salimbene's contempt against his intentions is the scale of the thing. He complains that the apostolics drew crowds, drew donations, drew recruits his own order might have had, that simple people couldn't tell the difference between a licensed mendicant and an unlicensed one, or worse, could tell, and preferred the unlicensed article as the purer copy. Competitive rage in a friar wears a chronicle instead of a face. The movement's actual practices, visible under the polemic, had a stubborn consistency. The brethren owned nothing at all, refused even the common property that the Franciscans held through legal fictions, and made that refusal the core of their claim. We are poorer than the friars, poorer than everyone, poor as the 12. They took no oaths, worked no trades, slept where night caught them, went two by two, and lived on what was handed to them unasked, since asking was itself a compromise. Penance was the whole message, the old cry of 1260 carried down the roads for 40 years, and officially they submitted to the church in everything. Segarelli never preached against Rome, never claimed orders he didn't have, never set up sacraments of his own, and it availed him nothing, because the offense was never doctrinal. The offence was existing without permission, and after 1286 that offence had a name in canon law, and the name was enough to burn on. The legal trap had been set years before anyone aimed it, at the Second Council of Lyon in 1274, where the Church, alarmed at the sprawl of new begging orders, decreed that no further mendicant orders would be recognized and the unapproved ones were to dissolve, a general tidying measure that hung over every unlicensed brotherhood in Europe, like a dropped portcullis waiting for someone to walk under it. Segarelli's movement, founded 14 years before the decree, licensed never, was walking under it every day it existed. The institution noticed. The Franciscans, watching a barefoot double of themselves attract donations and recruits, complained early and often, and their complaints found their way to Rome. In 1286, Pope Honorius IV banned the group, ordering its members into approved orders. Most ignored it. In 1290, Nicholas IV, a Franciscan pope, renewed the ban with teeth, and the machinery of the Inquisition began to turn. In 1294, 4 apostolics, 2 men and 2 women, were burned alive at Parma, the movement's first martyrs. Segarelli himself was seized around the same time, and his treatment tells you something about how hard he was to take seriously as a threat, because the Bishop of Parma kept him, not in a dungeon, but in his palace, half prisoner and half curiosity, an amusing holy fool to have around the household for years. The arrangement ended the way these arrangements end. A new inquisitorial push, a review of old cases, the discovery that Segarelli had abjured errors before and was still, visibly, an apostolic. Relapse. In July of 1300, in Parma, the city where he had thrown his money to the dice players 40 years earlier, Gerard Segarelli was burned at the stake. He was somewhere past 60. The Inquisition filed him away as a closed problem, and it might have been right. The apostolics were shepherdless, scattered, proscribed. Except that among them was a man nothing like Segarelli, literate, strategic, magnetic, and convinced he could see the whole shape of history, and Segarelli's fire handed him the movement. Dulcino came from the valley country near Novara, in the foothills below the Alps. The son, most sources agree, of a priest, one of those clerical households canon law pretended not to see. He got an education, probably at Vercelli. He could argue scripture with trained men and win. Even his enemies concede the brains and the charm. The anonymous chronicler who hated him most calls him eloquent and admits people found him almost impossible to resist. He'd joined the apostolics as a young man, sometime in the 1290s, and after Segarelli burned, leadership settled on him without much visible contest. And Dulcino did what Segarelli never could have. He wrote. 3 letters survive in summary. the first from August of 1300, weeks after Segarelli's death, laying out for the scattered brethren a complete theology of history, Joachim's Ages retooled. 4 eras Dolcino taught, the fathers of the Old Testament, then Christ and the Apostles, holy in poverty, then the Church of Constantine and the popes, rich, necessary once, now rotted beyond saving, a whore seated on the ruins of what the Apostles built. And now the 4th age, begun with Segarelli, carried by the Apostolics, the age in which the corrupt church would be destroyed, and destroyed on a schedule. Dolcino set dates. Within a few years, he wrote, God would raise up an avenger. He named the King of Sicily, Frederick of Aragon, as the coming sword. The Pope and the prelates would be slaughtered, the cardinals uprooted, and a holy Pope would then arise, and the brethren, hidden until the storm passed, would emerge to remake the church in apostolic poverty. When his named dates passed, and Boniface VIII died of ordinary political catastrophe rather than heavenly fire, Dolcino issued revised letters with revised dates, and his following, as followings do, absorbed the adjustments and grew. The letters mapped the whole drama onto the Book of Revelation with a specificity that must have been intoxicating to the initiated. The 7 angels of the 7 churches of Asia became 7 ages of the church's guardians, and the last 2 names on the list were the movement's own. Segarelli, the angel of Smyrna, Dolcino himself, the angel of Thyatira, a living man writing himself into Scripture's cast list and signing the letter. The popes got a taxonomy too. Celestine V, the hermit pope who had resigned the office, standing as the last good one, and Boniface VIII, the lawyer who had replaced him, as the carnal church in person, and after the coming destruction, a final holy pope would arise, elected by God directly, and Dolcino left carefully unspecified whether that final pope might be a man already known to the brethren, though his followers seem to have had their answer. One more doctrine from the letters mattered as much as any prophecy, the permission to hide. Under persecution, Dolcino taught, the elect might lawfully conceal what they were, conform outwardly, attend the enemy's masses, deny membership if asked, because the truth belonged to the last age and owed the dying age nothing, least of all honesty. Inquisitors found this the most infuriating doctrine in the file. It meant a clean confession proved nothing, and a parish full of communicants could hold any number of the elect, and the interrogation manuals developed special approaches for a sect licensed to lie. It was in the Trentino, in the Alpine valleys around Trent, where he preached in the early 1300s, that Margaret enters the story. Margherita Boninsegna, Margaret of Trent, and the sources fight over her from the first mention. She came from a family of standing, that much holds across accounts, and tradition says she left or was taken from a convent to follow Dolcino. She was, later writers insisted, beautiful, famously so, the most beautiful woman of her age, though you can decide how much weight to put on the aesthetics of men writing about a woman they burned. Dolcino called her his sister in Christ, and the apostolics practiced the cohabitation of brothers and sisters in strict chastity as a spiritual discipline. The sources on their side are clear about the claim. The inquisitors called her his concubine, and the movement's arrangements a standing orgy dressed in scripture. Both versions come from parties with everything invested in their own version, and she left no words of her own to settle it. What the record does show is her place in the movement, at Dulcino's side through every March and every winter that followed, named in the documents as no other follower is named, and holding, when the end came, a status the authorities considered worth a separate and carefully staged destruction. The years in the Trentino also give us the clearest look at how the movement actually lived when nobody was besieging it, because inquisitorial records from the region preserve interrogations of ordinary members swept up in later decades. The apostolics on the road owned nothing, carried nothing, and held that they could not so much as accept a coin without sinning against their state of perfection, though they could eat what was set in front of them. They swore no oaths, held that obedience was owed to God alone and not to any priest, and treated the entire visible church as a dead shell within which the true congregation, theirs, moved invisibly. Members greeted each other with a password of sorts, the old penance cry, and practiced going door to door in pairs like the 72 disciples of the gospel. Ordinary peasants hid them, fed them, married into the movement in its loose way, and confessed later, under questioning, to nothing more sinister than finding these people holier than their parish priests. The inquisitors of the Trentino and Lombardy hunted the network through the early 1300s, and the pressure of that hunt, as much as any prophecy, pushed Dolcino toward the decision that doomed them to stop being a network and become a place, a gathered body with a location, and a location can be surrounded. The place he chose was home ground, and the arrival, in the first months, went better than you'd expect for a 1,000-strong movement of the prescribed. The Upper Valsesia was poor, remote, jealous of its liberties, and generations deep in disputes with the lowland powers, the commune of Vercelli, the bishop, the noble houses that held rights over the valleys, and Dolcino's people came in preaching that tithes were robbery, and the men demanding them were the carnal church on its way to the fire. Parts of the valley listened. The brethren wintered in scattered hamlets, worked, traded, married local sympathy where they could, and when the first armed levies came up from the lowlands to root them out, valley men were found fighting on both sides. What turned the district against them over months was what turns every district against every army: requisition. A movement sworn to own nothing still ate every day, 1,000 extra mouths in a subsistence economy, and once the fighting closed the roads, the line between donation and seizure went, and the sympathizers of the first winter were the plundered of the second. By the time the community pulled back to its first fortified mountain, it had used up the goodwill of the one population on earth inclined to give it any, and the valley's men were guiding the bishop's soldiers up their own paths. By 1304, the movement had a gravity problem. Thousands of followers, inquisitors closing in across Lombardy, and a prophet whose letters now hinted that the faithful should gather for the last act. Dolcino brought them to his home country, the mountains of the Valsesia in Piedmont, between Novara and Vercelli, steep valley terrain he had known as a boy, and the valley communities, who had their own long grudges against the Bishop of Vercelli and his taxes, took the newcomers in at first. The numbers that assembled are put at over 1,000 fighting men plus women, children and the old, a small migratory nation squatting on the high ground. And in Rome, or rather Avignon, the new Pope, Clement V, the same Pope who would preside over the destruction of the Templars and the Council of Vienne, decided the situation had outgrown inquisitors. In the late summer of 1305, he authorized a crusade, a full crusade, with the same indulgences granted for fighting in the Holy Land against a community of Christian heretics camped in the Italian Alps. The Bishop of Vercelli, Raniero Avogadro, took the cross and the command, and the valley towns raised their militias, and money and men came in from the cities of Lombardy, from Savoy, and the war began. The financing was organized with the seriousness of a real crusade, tithes assessed on the clergy of the surrounding dioceses to pay the troops, the Holy Land indulgence dangled at local prices, take the cross against the heretics in your own hills and receive what a voyage to Palestine would have earned you. And for the ambitious men of the region, the arrangement offered salvation and plunder within a day's march of home, recruitment's oldest and best bundle. Dulcino's people fortified a mountain called the Parete Calva, the bald wall, a name that tells you what the ground was like, cliffs and scree above the tree line, defensible and barren. And the bishop, unable to storm it, did the obvious cruel thing. He made a desert around it. Crops burned, mills wrecked, the passes garrisoned, the valley people who had helped the heretics punished until help stopped. And then winter was let loose on the mountain as a weapon. The winter of 1305 into 1306 on an alpine wall, blockaded, went the way you'd expect, and the chronicle closest to the events, a hostile anonymous account written in Vercelli, walks through the descent with grim relish. They ate the horses first, then the dogs, the mice, whatever moved. They boiled hay and chewed leather, cut up their shoes and belts and softened them in water, stripped bark. People froze at their posts, and the children and the old died first, as they always do. And the chronicle says and repeats and wants you to believe that before that winter ended, the living were eating the dead. A word on that chronicle, since we lean on it so hard. It's an anonymous history of Brother Dolcino written at Vercelli within a decade of the events, by someone with access to the Crusade's inner information and no doubts about its justice, close enough to know things, hostile enough to shape everything it knew, and it remains, for most of the war, the only detailed narrative in existence. So every image from these winters reaches you through the enemy's lens, sharpened or invented as the enemy required. Cannibalism is the standard atrocity charge of medieval polemic, and this is an enemy's account, weigh it how you will, but the siege conditions it describes are not in dispute, and starvation on that scale writes its own script wherever it happens. Through all of it, Dolcino kept preaching, and we know one of the texts because it surfaces in the summaries of his teaching. The woman of the 12th chapter of Revelation, who flees into the wilderness to a place prepared by God, to be nourished there for a time, and times, and half a time, away from the face of the serpent. The community on the freezing rock was that woman, he taught. The wilderness was this wilderness, the nourishment was coming, and the serpent's armies in the valley below were fulfilling the chapter by besieging it. Men chewing boiled leather could look down at the watchfires and see scripture happening to them on schedule. Apocalyptic hope runs on exactly that fuel. The worse the night, the surer the text, and it kept a starving community obedient on a mountaintop through cold that killed sentries at their posts. The Dulcinians raided down into the valleys for food, and the raids curdled whatever sympathy remained. Farms stripped, hostages taken for ransom, and the chronicle adds mutilations, prisoners sent back short of hands or fingers when payment stalled. The war was making both sides into what the other said they were. It has to be said that for a while the heretics were winning. Before hunger became the Crusades general, the Dulcinians beat armed expeditions sent against them more than once, and the defeats stung the record. Columns of Crusader militia pushing up the valleys were ambushed in terrain the defenders had chosen, driven back down with real losses, stripped of their supplies, and the supplies went up the mountain. Dolcino ran the war himself, and even the hostile chronicle credits him with a commander's eye, positions well chosen, watches well kept, feints and night moves that repeatedly left the besiegers holding empty ground. Prisoners taken in those actions became the currency of the siege, exchanged for grain, ransomed for salt and coin, and the exchanges themselves turned poisonous, each side accusing the other of breaking terms. The chronicle cataloguing the state captives came back in. Rome kept the pressure fed, renewed indulgences, fresh preaching of the cross in the Lombard cities, subsidies moving through the bishop's hands, and the thing ground on through months when, on paper, a few hundred starving zealots on a rock were tying down the resources of a province. The military embarrassment goes some way to explaining the ferocity of everything that followed. Institutions forgive enemies more easily than they forgive humiliations. In March of 1306, with the Parete Calva finished as a position, Dolcino pulled off the maneuver his enemies remembered with something close to awe. On a night in a snowstorm, the entire surviving community, fighters, women, the sick, over 1,000 people roped together through the drifts, abandoned the mountain and marched across the high country, over ridgelines in the dark, into the neighboring district of Biella, and seized a new mountain, Monte Rubello, above the town of Trevero, before the Crusaders knew they had moved. Locals woke to find the heretics installed on the peak over their heads. From Rubello, the Dulcinians came down on Trevero and its hamlets, and now the raids had nothing penitential about them. Churches sacked and burned, the vestments and vessels carried off or destroyed, villages fired and captives dragged up the mountain, held for grain and salt, and when the grain didn't come, killed. The parish church of Trevero itself was wrecked in those descents, and the accounts note the special attention the raiders paid to bells, torn down and broken, the voice of the carnal church silenced across its own valley, which meant, in practice, that the villages also lost their alarm system, and the raids after that arrived unannounced. Beheadings on the summit, in sight of the valley. One persistent local tradition, and its tradition, has severed heads rolled down the slopes toward the besiegers. The district ended up naming features of that landscape for what happened on it, and on maps of the area you can still find, around the mountain, place names locals gloss as the Valley of Hell and the Spring of Blood. Whatever the exact inventory of horrors, the community below Monte Rubello spent 2 years living under a millenarian statelet that had run out of food, patience, and any belief that the people around them deserved mercy, since Scripture, as Dolcino expounded it, had marked this generation for the threshing floor. The second winter, 1306 into 1307, broke them. The crusade had learned no more assaults up the slopes, just the ring tightened, garrisons in every pass, and the snow came heavy. The besiegers built as well as blockaded this time, counterforts thrown up on the surrounding heights, timber stockades manned through the cold, so that the mountains sat inside a crown of watchfires and no raiding party could slip down without lights moving on the opposite ridge, and villagers for miles were compelled to feed and warm the watchers, the whole district conscripted into the starving of its uninvited neighbors. On the mountain they ate as they had eaten on the Parete Calva, and then worse than that. The Chronicle's inventory this time includes rats and hay and boiled shoes, and then flatly the dead again, and adds that they dug. Dysentery and scurvy moved through the camp. People went snowblind. Margaret is reported through that winter beside Dolcino, and one hostile source can't resist noting that the money the movement had amassed could buy nothing on a sealed mountain, treasure stacked in a camp where a sack of flour had no price. By March, the fighting strength on Rubello may have been a few hundred people who could stand. On the 23rd of March, 1307, Holy Thursday, the bishop's army went up the mountain in the snow for the last assault, and what happened at the top wasn't a battle in any organized sense. The sources describe killing that went on for hours, the camp overrun, the starved defenders cut down where they knelt or lay, some driven over the cliffs, some drowned in the icy stream below. And the stream, the account insists, ran discolored down the valley. More than 1,000 Dulcinians are said to have died on and around Monte Rubello that day. The count folds together the assault and the winter's dead, and by nightfall the movement that was going to replace the Church of Rome consisted of prisoners. The army that did it was a cross-section of the world the movement had defied, the militias of Vercelli and Novara under their Carroccio town banners, contingents sent by the lords of the region, cross-signed volunteers out for the Holy Land indulgence at a bargain rate, and levies of the very valleys the Dulcinians had eaten bare, men with 2 years of burned barns to collect on, and the sources make clear the collecting was thorough. Quarter seems to have been neither asked nor offered on the slopes. The attackers took losses in the first push against the walls of piled stone, and after the walls went, the thing stopped resembling combat. Among the prisoners taken alive deliberately because orders were Dolcino, Margaret, and Dolcino's lieutenant, Longino of Bergamo. The church had waited 2 years and spent a fortune for this, and the ending was designed accordingly. The 3 were held at Biella while letters went to Pope Clement, and the answer that came back cleared the way for the secular arm to proceed to the full rigor. The wait lasted the better part of 2 months. The prisoners held in the bishop's castle at Biella, and the record of those weeks is thin but suggestive. Examinations, of course, the inquisitors working through the doctrine with the man who had written it, and around Margaret the peculiar traffic already mentioned, visitors, offers, the fascination of the region's gentry with the captive who was said to be beautiful and said to know where the movement's money lay. Nothing anyone offered moved either of them an inch. And you can imagine the effect that had on men whose entire cosmology said heretics were slaves of appetite. The 2 most notorious sinners in Italy sat in their cells declining comfort, wealth, and life itself with perfect courtesy, and the fire had to be built anyway. On the 1st of June, 1307, they were brought out. Margaret died first, and the sources disagree only on the choreography of it. The fullest tradition has her burned before Dolcino's eyes, and burned slowly, over a fire built to take its time, on an islet or a bank by the river at Biella, after she had refused the exits offered her because offers were made. Several accounts say local nobles, taken with her famous beauty or with the rumors of the sect's hidden money, proposed to save her, marriage, recantation, a settlement, and she declined all of it and went to the stake, still Dolcino's sister in Christ. Later centuries couldn't leave her there. 19th century novelists and the romantic historians of the Italian valleys took Margherita up as a heroine, the beautiful heretic constant unto death. Engravings, verse dramas, her name on local associations to this day, a counter-canonization run entirely on the details her killers recorded to damn her. The Inquisitor Bernard Gui, writing his manual for heresy hunters some years later, preserves a blunter version that she was cut to pieces in Dolcino's sight before his own turn came. Either way, he watched. That detail every version keeps. Watching her die was part of his sentence. Then they put Dolcino on a cart. The cart moved through Vercelli at walking pace, high enough that the crowds along the route could see, and alongside it walked the executioners carrying iron braziers full of burning charcoal, and in the charcoal pincers kept at heat. At intervals, the length of the city, the cart would halt. The pincers would come out glowing, and pieces of Dolcino were torn away, the flesh of his arms, his chest, his back, gripped and pulled off, the wounds roughly seared by the heat of the instrument even as it wounded, so that he would not bleed out ahead of schedule. Somewhere along the route they took his nose. Further along they tore off his genitals. The accounts, hostile accounts, remember, written by men who wanted him remembered as a monster, nonetheless record, with what sounds like reluctant astonishment, how he bore it, silent through hour after hour of it, no cry, no plea. The only concession the sources allow him a single flinch, a slight drawing in of the shoulders when the pincers closed on his nose. He was offered recantation at intervals. That was part of the design too. The cart would stop, the question would be put, and each time he refused. One tradition has him telling his tormentors he would rise on the third day. When the circuit of the city was complete and what was on the cart was no longer really a man, they burned what remained, and his ashes went into the wind or the river, so that nothing would stay for anyone to venerate. Longino of Bergamo died the same way at Biella. Word of the executions went to Avignon, and the responses that survive from the hierarchy have the tone of a corporation closing a difficult file: congratulation, relief, indulgences confirmed for the Crusaders, the bishop's expenses and services noted. Nobody in the correspondence wonders about anything. The mountain got a new name. Locals took to calling Monte Rubello the Mount of the Heretics, and on its summit the diocese raised a chapel to Saint Bernard to disinfect the ground. Somewhere between 100 and 140 other Dulcinians had been taken alive off the mountain, and their endings are dispersed through the records in fragments, burned in batches at Vercelli and Biella through that summer, or handed to their home dioceses for burning there, or, for a lucky few who abjured fast enough and thoroughly enough, sentenced to prison and the yellow crosses of the penitent heretics sewn onto their clothes for life. The women among the captives troubled the authorities particularly. The sources keep returning to the sisters of the movement, and several went to the fire with Margaret's name in their mouths, if the chronicle can be believed on the point. The Church spent the next 30 years hunting the survivors. Bernard Guy's manual carries a whole chapter on detecting hidden apostolics, and trials sputtered on into the 1330s as far away as Spain. Guy's chapter on the sect, written for working inquisitors, has the chill of a field guide: how to spot the brethren under their disguises, what greetings they use among themselves, how to frame questions to a suspect licensed by his own doctrine to lie, press on whether the Roman Church is the true church, press on oaths, circle back hours later to the same ground and compare answers. He sentenced adherents of the sect himself at Toulouse, the movement having flowed along the roads into Languedoc and over the Pyrenees, and the register of his sentences preserves them, small people mostly, hospitallers of the poor, women who had sheltered missionary brethren, sisters of the order who had walked the apostolic life themselves, the movement having always given women a place on the road that respectable religion reserved for cloisters, part of its appeal and to its enemies, part of its proof of depravity. Endings in prison or in the yellow crosses rather than fire, the movement's embers stamped out at the scale of a shoe. And the memory refused to settle. Dante, writing the Inferno within a decade of the execution, reached Canto 28, the circle of the sowers of discord, where the mangled shade of Muhammad stops the poet and gives him a message to carry back to the living. Tell Fra Dolcino, the shade says, that unless he wants to follow me down here quickly, he had better stock provisions, or the snows will hand the Novarese a victory they'd otherwise sweat for. Dante wrote that as prophecy after the fact, Dolcino was already ash, But the choice is startling even so, the great poem of medieval orthodoxy pausing to acknowledge that only winter and hunger beat the man, not the crusade. The setting Dante chose carries its own charge, the ninth pit of the eighth circle, where the sowers of schism walk a circuit, and a devil with a sword splits each one open as he passes, wounds that heal as they walk, and are cut fresh on the next circuit forever. Muhammad torn from chin to fundament, displaying himself to the poet, and it's that mangled figure, mid-display, who interrupts his own damnation to send the warning to Dulcino, professional courtesy between schismatics, as Dante saw the category. People who study the canto have noticed for 7 centuries that the message contains no mockery. Down among the eternally butchered, the poem lets Dulcino be addressed as a commander worth advising. 6 centuries on, the mountain communities of the Valsesia, by then full of socialists and anti-clericals, decided Dulcino had been theirs all along, a rebel against landlords in bishop's clothing, and in 1907 they raised a monument to him on the heights, and in the 1920s fascist squads dynamited it, and in 1974 the locals put up another, still standing. Hikers in the Biella Hills today can walk a marked trail carrying Dulcino's name up toward Monte Rubello and the chapel built to disinfect it. The route of the crusade turned into a Sunday walk, with the 2 monuments' story posted along the way: persecution, commemoration, dynamite, and recommemoration, the whole afterlife on one signboard. And if you've ever watched or picked up The Name of the Rose, Umberto Eco built 2 of his monks, poor broken Salvatore and the Celera Remigio, out of surviving Dulcinians hiding in a Benedictine abbey, with the Inquisition circling 30 years after Monte Rubello. Penitenzia gite, Salvatore keeps muttering. Do penance, the old street cry of the apostolics, a password from a country that had been burned off the map. Every group so far has been crushed inside a decade or 2 of catching the authorities' attention. The next one ran for 166 years, held dozens of castles, negotiated with kings as an equal, and frightened 2 civilizations badly enough that its name became, and remains, the common word in most European languages for a hired killer. The Order of the Assassins takes us out of Latin Christendom entirely, into the mountains of Persia and Syria, and into a story where the persecuted minority learned to make murder itself into a language, and then met the one power on earth with no interest in listening. Fair warning as we cross over, the sources change character with the scenery, Persian court chronicles and Arab city annals instead of monkish Latin, but the underlying problem stays identical. Nearly everything on record about these people was written by people who wanted them dead, and by now you know how to hold that. Some scaffolding first, kept as short as I can make it. Islam's great split, Sunni and Shia, turned on who should have inherited authority after the Prophet. Within the Shia, a further split produced the Ismailis, and by the 10th century the Ismailis had done something remarkable. They had won an empire, the Fatimid Caliphate ruling from Cairo, a Shia great power facing off against the Sunni world. Then, in 1094, a succession fight in Cairo split the Ismailis themselves. The heir apparent, a prince named Nizar, lost the palace struggle, and the story goes that he ended his days in Cairo entombed alive in a wall, and his followers, the Nizaris, found themselves overnight a persecuted minority within a minority within a minority, heretics to the Sunnis, schismatics to their fellow Ismailis, hunted by everyone. Those are the people history calls the assassins. And the reason a faction that small survived at all comes down substantially to one man, who had picked his ground 3 years before the split even happened. Hassani Saba was born around 1050 in Qom, in Persia, into a Twelver Shia family, and raised in the city of Rai, near modern Tehran, a place crawling with missionaries of every persuasion. He was a brilliant student. The tradition links him as a schoolmate to the poet Omar Khayyam, though the dates creak under that story, and as a teenager he was argued, gradually and against his resistance, into the Ismaili faith. The turning point coming, he later wrote, during a terrifying illness, when he faced the thought of dying outside the truth. The schoolfellow legend gets its minute here, since Persia told it for centuries. 3 boys, the story runs, studied under the same master at Nishapur and made a pact, whichever of them rose in the world would lift the other 2. One became Nizam al-Mulk, vizier of the empire. He kept the bargain, the tale insists, offering Omar Khayyam a governorship, which the poet declined in favor of a pension and his studies, and granting Hassan a place at court, where Hassan's ambition and talent carried him so fast that the vizier, alarmed, engineered his humiliation before the sultan, a sabotaged presentation, doctored papers, and Hassan fled the court swearing an oath against the men who had ruined him. Chronology wrecks the story. Nizam al-Mulk was some 30 years the elder. The 3 were never boys together, and historians set the whole thing aside as romance. What the romance preserves is how Persia needed the dagger of 1092 to make sense. A private wound behind the public act. Betrayal answered with betrayal, because the alternative explanation, that a new sort of organization had emerged for which the vizier's death was simply policy, was stranger and worse. He committed completely, the way he did everything. He traveled to Cairo, spent years inside the Fatimid establishment, backed Nizar's faction in the palace politics, made enemies, and came back to Persia not as a preacher, but as an organizer with a plan. The Seljuk Turks, Sunni to the bone, ruled Persia, and their empire was vast, and Hassan had absorbed the essential fact about vast empires. They are strong everywhere in general and weak everywhere in particular. He spent 9 years moving through northern Persia, converting village by village in the remote valleys of Daylem, south of the Caspian, mountain country with a long habit of sheltering descent, and all the while he was shopping, considering fortresses the way another man might consider a bride. The one he chose sat on a ridge of rock 6,000 feet up in the Alborz Mountains, reachable by a single climbing path, watered, provisioned, overlooking a closed valley. Its name, Alamut, was glossed locally as the Eagle's Nest, or the Eagle's Teaching, from a story about a king's hunting eagle that had landed on the rock and shown him its value. The Cairo years had ended badly, in the way that clarified everything. He'd backed Nizar's claim too openly for the strongman who actually ran Egypt, been imprisoned, then deported, and the ship carrying him away was wrecked in a storm on the Syrian coast, and the survivor's account has the other passengers wailing while Hassan sat composed. explaining afterward that he could not drown because the Lord of the Age had work for him. He came up the roads of Syria and Persia as a missionary of what came to be called the New Preaching, and the network he built over those 9 years wasn't a congregation, it was infrastructure, safe houses, couriers, sworn cells in the mountain villages, waiting for a headquarters. The way Hassan took Alamut says everything about the organization he was about to build. No siege. His missionaries had spent 2 years quietly converting the garrison and the villagers of the valley, man by man, under the nose of the castle's Seljuk-appointed lord. In September of 1090, Hassan himself was smuggled into the fortress in disguise and lived there for a while under a false name, a schoolmaster, while the Lord went on holding a castle that no longer held for him. When the moment came and the Lord grasped what had happened, he found there was nothing left to command, and the takeover ended, in the version the Nizari Chronicles preserved, with a touch that feels almost like courtesy. Hassan gave the dispossessed man a draft for 3,000 gold dinars, payable by a merchant in a distant city, compensation for the rock. The Lord left alive with his paper, a castle taken by conversion and settled with a check. From that day until his death 35 years later, Hassani Saba never left Alamut, and by the Chronicles' account he came down from his own quarters exactly twice in those 35 years, both times onto the roof. He lived in a single room with his books, writing, directing, fasting, an ascetic running a revolution by correspondence, and the discipline he demanded had no exemptions. He sent his own sons to their deaths. One, accused of complicity in the murder of a missionary, he had executed, and the accusation later proved hollow, and the Chronicles note he grieved and did not apologize. The other son he executed for drinking wine. A man came to Alamut and played the flute, and Hassan expelled him from the fortress. That was the man the Seljuk Empire was up against. Alamut was the headquarters, never the whole estate. In the years after 1090, the network spread the way the first castle had been won, by mission and purchase and infiltration, until the sect held a constellation of strongholds, Lamasar taken by Hassan's eventual successor and rebuilt into the greatest fortress of the region, Girdko in the east, bought through a sympathetic officer with the empire's own funds, the Kuhistan towns of the southeast rising in open adherence, and each rock ran on the same austere internal economy, cisterns cut into stone, granaries against siege years, gardens terraced into cliff faces, libraries, and the enemies who finally inventoried these places recorded a grudging astonishment at the engineering. The sources talk of dozens of castles at the height, and the castles were the strategy made visible, an archipelago state, no capital worth taking, no field army to destroy, nothing to conquer but stone, one rock at a time, at siege prices. Most of the stones are still there, incidentally. Masyaf stands restored above its Syrian town. Alamut is a hard, gorgeous hike above the Alamut Valley in Iran. Tourists picking over the terraces where the garden's legend put its houris, and the guides at both sites earn their livings retelling Marco Polo to visitors who came because of him, the legend now the castle's last garrison, still holding the position 8 centuries after the order fell. The problem Hassan faced was brutally simple. His people numbered in the thousands, scattered in mountain pockets, and the Seljuks could field armies in the tens of thousands, and every attempt at open revolt by Shia communities within living memory had ended in massacre. Fighting the empire's armies meant extermination. Hassan therefore declined to fight armies. An empire, he understood, is not actually 100,000 soldiers. It is a few dozen men, sultans, viziers, generals, governors, qadis, who decide where the 100,000 soldiers go, and unlike soldiers, those men can be reached individually. If a vizier who preached destruction of the Ismailis could be killed, personally, predictably, no matter how many guards he kept, then the price of preaching destruction of the Ismailis rises to the one price such men rarely offer, and policy changes without a single battle. The instrument of the doctrine was the fidai, the devoted one, a young believer trained for exactly this and nothing else. And everything about the Fidai's mission was built around a principle that separates the Nizaris from any ordinary employer of killers. The deed had to be public. No poison in the night, no quiet disappearances, or almost never. The Fidai killed with a dagger at close range, in daylight, by preference in the most public place his target's life offered, the courtyard of a mosque at Friday prayers, the middle of a court ceremony, a city street at festival. Publicity was the point. Every such killing said the same sentence to every ruler watching: "We passed your guards. We stood beside him for weeks or years, and yours are no better." And a Fidai made no serious attempt to escape. Dying on the body of the target was the expected end of the assignment, and the order kept at Alamut, a roll of honor of those who had gone that way, names recorded, mothers reportedly grieving if a son came home alive. Strip away the later legends and the training that shows through the sources is less occult and more impressive. The mission profile demanded languages. A Fidai bound for a Frankish court needed passable French or Latin manners. One bound for a vizier's household needed courtly Persian and the etiquette to survive scrutiny. And it demanded trades and covers. Merchant, groom, soldier, monk, sustained not for an afternoon, but for months and years inside the target's world, under the eyes of people whose lives depended on spotting infiltrators. Above everything, it demanded patience of a sort that's hard to hold in the mind. The tire operation ran the better part of a year, other missions longer. Young men living a false life in perfect discipline, praying another faith's prayers, waiting for a word from a mountain hundreds of miles away, knowing the word, when it came, was a death sentence with their own name on it, and holding steady anyway. Whatever produced that, indoctrination from childhood, the certainty of paradise, the honor culture of the mountain villages, esprit de corps refined past anything else in the medieval world. It was a technology of the self as surely as the castle was a technology of stone, and their enemies, having no name for it, reached for drugs and secret gardens. Under the daggers sat a doctrine, and the doctrine frightened the Sunni establishment almost as much as the killings. The new preaching Hassan systematized turned on a single argument, that human reason, left to itself, cannot settle the truth about God. Every reasoner ends somewhere different, so truth requires a trustworthy teacher. And there can be only one such teacher in the world, the divinely appointed Imam, and all authority flows from him. Simple, total and corrosive to every rival claim, and the establishment took it seriously enough to commission its biggest gun, the theologian al-Ghazali, the most influential Muslim thinker of the age, who wrote refutation after refutation of the sect's teaching on authority. Wars of the pen ran alongside the daggers for decades, and the pen war mattered because it marks the difference between how the era treated the Nizaris and how it treated mere brigands. Nobody commissions the greatest mind of the age to refute a gang. The heresiarchs of Alamut were understood, by the men fighting them, as a genuine rival answer to the question of who may say what God wants, and the ferocity on both sides scaled to the size of that question. The doctrine got its proof of concept 2 years in, and Hassan aimed it at the biggest target in the empire short of the Sultan himself. Nizam al-Mulk was the Seljuk vizier, and vizier undersells it. He had run the empire in practice for 3 decades across 2 sultans, founded its universities, written the era's manual of statecraft, and he was the loudest voice in the Sunni establishment for crushing the Ismaili heresy root and branch being understood to include populations. On the 14th of October, 1092, Nizam al-Mulk was travelling with the court near Nahavand in western Persia, and in the evening, as he was carried in a litter from the Sultan's audience tent toward his harem tent, a young man approached the litter dressed as a Sufi, one of the wandering holy men who hung about every great camp, holding out a written petition, the eternal supplicant. The guards let him near. Holy men approached great men all the time. That was how the system worked. His name was Abu Tahir Arani, and when he was close enough, he brought a dagger out of the robe and drove it into the old man, and the empire's guards cut Abu Tahir down within moments, on the spot, exactly as anticipated. And it changed nothing. Nizam al-Mulk died of the wound. He was the first, and the Nizari chronicles preserve the sentence attributed to Hassan on receiving the news, "The killing of this devil is the beginning of bliss." Within weeks, the Sultan Malik Shah was also dead, suddenly of a fever. Poison rumors attached themselves immediately and have never detached, and the empire fell into a succession war among his sons that lasted years, and in that chaos the Nizaris quietly collected castles across Persia the way other people collect debts. The house of Nizam al-Mulk stayed on the target list, and the list worked through it with a patience that must have felt like a curse. Fakhr al-Mulk, the murdered vizier's son, rose to his father's office in his turn, and in 1106, 14 years after his father, a Fida'i reached him too, and he died the same way, and the family's grief books its place in the chronicles beside its power. When the Seljuks rallied under Sultan Muhammad Tapar, they tried the methodical answer, and for 8 consecutive years, beginning around 1109, imperial forces marched into the Alamut country every campaign season and burned the crops in the valley, felled the orchards, and withdrew, siege by attrition on an annual schedule, and the fortress population starved through winter after winter, boiling grass in the bad years while the granaries of the rock ran down. The final effort put a standing army under the walls with engines, and by the winter of 1117 into 1118 the defenders were at the end. The accounts describe women and children sent secretly out of the castle, the garrison down to a remnant chewing hides. And then the Sultan died, in Isfahan, in his bed, and the army under Alamut's walls, obedient to the succession crisis rather than the campaign, packed its camp and marched away from a fortress it had already beaten, and the Nizaris walked out onto the walls, and watched their extinction leave. Hassan had outlasted a dynasty's attention span, the one resource despotisms never stockpile. Not every rock survived those years, and the fall of Shahdiz shows what defeat cost when it came. Shahdiz was the boldest holding in the whole network, a fortress on a ridge directly above Isfahan, the Seljuk capital itself, seized from within by a da'i named Ahmed ibn Atash, who by the accounts converted the garrison under cover of running a school for their children, the order's favorite trick, patience dressed as a timetable. For a few years, the sect held a castle overlooking the empire's seat of government, taxing the roads below, an insult past bearing, and in 1107 the Sultan finally cleared it. Siege, assault, the garrison dying on the walls, and Ibn Atash taken alive, and for him the empire wanted more than a death. He was paraded through Isfahan for the crowds, and then he was flayed, the skin taken off him alive, and the skin was stuffed with straw and exhibited, and his head went to Baghdad, and the chronicles record that his wife had already thrown herself from the castle walls rather than be taken, choosing the fall over the city's imagination, and given what the city did with her husband, she guessed right. Terror was never one side's monopoly in this story. The state simply preferred its terror ceremonial, with a procession and a taxidermist. What followed over the next century was a campaign unlike anything else in medieval history, a running tally kept in both directions. The Nizaris counted their assassinations. The roll at Alamut credited nearly 50 during Hassan's own lifetime, and their enemies counted too, and the lists overlap. Viziers, emirs, governors of cities, muftis and qadis who had preached against them from Friday pulpits, the Qadi of Isfahan, struck down at Friday prayers in the mosque, the Qadi of Nishapur, likewise a prefect of Baghdad, and in time 2 caliphs. Al-Mustashid, commander of the faithful, had marched to war against the Seljuk Sultan and lost, and was being held honorably in the victor's camp near Maraga, when a party of fida'is reached the captive's unguarded tent in the Sultan's absence, and the Caliph of Islam was found stabbed through, his ears and nose cut off, mutilation as signature. And the whisper went around, and has never stopped going around, that the Sultan's guards had been conveniently elsewhere by arrangement, terror available for subcontract at the very top of the world. His son Al-Rashid followed 3 years later, and each name on the list had the same effect on every name not yet on it. Sunni power responded with pogroms, and this part gets skipped in the romance of the material, so it shouldn't be skipped here. In 1096, the garrison town of Isfahan turned on its Ismaili inhabitants and burned them alive in the city centre, a mass burning of neighbours. Massacres of Ismaili civilians, actual or suspected, recur across the period in city after city, thousands dead, whole quarters put to the sword on rumour. That's the exchange rate the era settled into, a vizier for a neighbourhood. Syria ran the same exchange at its own tempo, and the Damascus entry is among the grimmest in the whole ledger. The order's first Syrian ventures worked through the cities, missionaries winning patrons in Aleppo and then in Damascus, where by the 1120s the sect operated almost openly under the protection of the vizier al-Mazdagani, granted a frontier fortress, integrated into the city's defense. In 1129 the arrangement detonated. A story spread. Planted or true, historians still argue it, that the vizier had struck a secret bargain to deliver Damascus to the Crusaders in exchange for Tyre, and the city's ruler had al-Mazdagani killed at council, his head displayed, and the signal loosed the militia and the mob onto the Ismaili quarter, and the killing ran for days. The chronicler of Damascus, a sober municipal official, putting the dead in the thousands, bodies crucified along the battlements, the whole community of the city extinguished by its neighbors inside a week. The survivors of the urban strategy drew the conclusion Hassan had drawn in Persia 40 years earlier. Cities belong to whoever owns the mob, and through the 1130s and 40s the Syrian mission bought and seized its chain of castles in the coastal mountains instead. Cadmus purchased outright from a cash-poor emir, al-Kaf, and in 1141 Masyaf, the future capital, taken from its castellan, and the Syrian assassins became what the Persian ones already were, a state of stone perches, beyond the reach of riots, dealing with the powers of the plain from behind walls and reputation. And yet the fear the Nizaris manufactured brought them something close to statehood. The story that catches it best involves the Sultan Sanjar, one of Malik Shah's successors, who was preparing, like his father's vizier before him, a war of extermination against Alamut. Envoys from Hassan sought peace and were rebuffed. And then one morning the Sultan woke in his own guarded tent, in the middle of his own army, and found a dagger driven into the ground beside his pillow, upright in the packed earth, inches from his sleeping head. While he was still absorbing it, a messenger arrived from Alamut with a short message, the gist of which the chronicles give as, "Did I not wish the Sultan well, the dagger planted in the hard ground would have been planted in his soft breast." Sanjar made peace. More than peace, he granted the Nizaris revenues, let them collect tolls, corresponded, and Alamut's borders held through his long reign, all purchased with one dagger that killed nobody. That was the system running exactly as designed, terror as a substitute for an army, the whisper in every powerful man's bedroom, "We can always get in." Hassan died in his bed at Alamut in 1124, in his 70s, having named a successor, a trusted commander rather than either of the sons he had executed, and the succession he designed held, though within 2 generations it transformed, the ruling line of Alamut itself coming to be venerated as the Imams, heirs of Nizar's blood, on the strength of an account that Nizar's infant grandson had been smuggled out of Egypt and raised in secret within the fortress, the hidden child narrative that dynasties reach for, unverifiable then, unverifiable now, and accepted by the faithful as the mystery at the center of the mountain. And the Persian order carried on through the 12th century through swings of doctrine and fortune we'd need a separate video to do justice to, including one leader who declared the resurrection had spiritually arrived and formally released his followers from the ritual law, wine at noon in Ramadan on the castle roof, and a later one who reversed all of it back to strict observance. The resurrection episode itself, briefly, since nothing else in the medieval world resembles it. On a day in August, 1164, in the middle of Ramadan, the reigning lord of Alamut, a descendant of Hassan-i-Sabbah's line named Hassan II, summoned delegates from all the Nizari territories to the meadow below the castle, and had a pulpit built facing in such a direction that the assembled congregation stood with its back toward Mecca. From that pulpit he proclaimed the Qiyamah, the resurrection, the end of the age of law, announcing himself the representative and in time effectively the embodiment of the hidden Imam, and declaring the community henceforth living in paradise beyond the ritual ordinances. And then, to seal it, the assembly broke the Ramadan fast then and there at midday, with a banquet, wine served in the sunlight of the fasting month. Everything the Sunni polemicists had always claimed about the heretics, that they secretly meant to abolish the law of Islam, was performed publicly in one afternoon as theology. 2 years later, Hassan II was stabbed to death by his own brother-in-law, a partisan of the old observance, and a generation after that, his grandson quietly steered the whole community back to strict practice, and even into a public flirtation with Sunni orthodoxy, and the faithful absorbed each reversal as another turn of the doctrine of concealment. Paradise proclaimed, paradise revoked, and the mountain communities bent with it, twice, inside 50 years. For our purposes, the story forks west to Syria, where the order had planted a branch among the mountains behind the coast, a chain of castles in the Jabal Bahra, and where its neighbors included a new and violent curiosity, the Crusader states. The Syrian branch produced the order's other legend, a missionary sent out from Alamut named Rashid al-Din Sinan, born near Basra in Iraq, schoolmaster by training, who ruled the Syrian castles from Masyaf for roughly 30 years until his death in the early 1190s, and who the Franks, translating his Arabic honorific, called the Old Man of the Mountain. Sinan was, by the accounts of Muslim and Christian neighbors alike, extraordinary, subtle, theatrical, credited by his followers with telepathy and prophecy, and he ran his little mountain polity wedged between Saladin, the Crusaders, and his own nominal superiors at Alamut, keeping all three at bay for a generation. Sinan's own arrival in Syria had the patience of the order written all over it. Sent out from Alamut as a young man, he travelled to the castle of Al-Kaf and settled there, by his own later account, as a schoolmaster, teaching the children of the fortress, unremarkable, unhurried for years, carrying sealed instructions naming him to the succession and telling no one until the reigning chief died and Sinan produced his commission. A man who can teach grammar for years while carrying a warrant for a throne in his shirt is a particular sort of man. In power he ran Syria with a freer hand than Alamut liked, so free that a tradition reports the Persian headquarters sending emissaries of the pointed sort against him, their own weapon turned inward, and Sinan receiving the visitors, knowing precisely what they carried, and talking them out of it, or overawing them, the accounts shade into hagiography here. His followers credited him with knowing men's thoughts and answering letters before they arrived. When an earthquake wrecked several of the Syrian castles in his years, he was seen everywhere at once directing the rebuilding, and his people took the ubiquity itself for a sign. Between the miracles, the reality was harder and plainer. A small mountain principality, with maybe a few hundred fighting men at any moment, surviving among powers that could each have crushed it in a season, on wits, walls, and the carefully maintained certainty in every neighboring court, that the price of trying would be collected personally. Not every operation ended in a corpse, and the order's file of non-lethal persuasion contains my single favorite story in this whole saga. Fakhr al-Din Razi was one of the most famous theologians in Persia, a celebrity lecturer, and in his lectures he made a habit of refuting and cursing the Ismaili heresy with some flourish. A student appeared in his classes, attentive, serious, present every day for months. One day the student contrived to be alone with the professor, produced a knife, put it to his chest, and introduced himself as a fida'i who had been sent, he explained, not to kill the professor, but to correct his syllabus. A long conversation followed, at knife point, at the end of which the student offered the professor a choice between the knife and an annual stipend in gold. And the professor chose the gold, and thereafter listeners noticed his lectures dropped the curses. When a colleague asked him why he no longer refuted the Ismailis with the old energy, Razi is supposed to have answered that he had stopped because their arguments were so sharp and so pointed. Persian scholars have loved that pun for 800 years. It's told by the order's enemies, incidentally, with rueful admiration, terror so precise it could edit a lecture without drawing blood. Saladin got the full treatment. Twice in 1175 and 1176, as he was unifying Syria and making noises about cleansing it of heretics, Sinan's fidais reached him. The first came during his siege operations in the north, killers slipping into the camp itself, where a local emir who knew Sinan's people by sight recognized them at the door of the Sultan's tent and challenged them and died for it. And several more of Saladin's officers were cut down in the brawl before the intruders were finished, feet from their target. The second attempt, a year and a half later, came from inside. Men who had taken service in his own army, soldiers of his own force turning on him in his camp at close quarters. A knife glanced off the cap of mail he had taken to wearing under his hat, slashed his cheek. Another blow turned on the armor, and his emirs killed the attackers on top of him while he bled. After that, Saladin slept in a purpose-built wooden tower and had everyone approaching him screened. And in 1176, he marched on Masyaf itself and put it under siege, and then, quite suddenly, packed up and left, and never troubled the assassins seriously ever again. Why he left is the gap the legend grew into. The story told in the pro-Sinan sources runs that the Sultan woke one night in his guarded tent to find, laid beside his bed, hot cakes of the particular shape the assassins baked, still warm, a poisoned dagger, and a note of verses promising his death, and understood, as Sanjar had understood 2 generations earlier, exactly what warm bread beside his pillow meant about the reach of his enemies and the loyalty of his own guards. A later account, a hostile one, says more prosaically that Sinan threatened the Sultan's family line through letters. Take your pick, the sources genuinely diverge. What's on the record is the outcome Saladin, conqueror of Jerusalem, scourge of the Franks, gave the old man of the mountain a wide berth for the rest of his life, and there was even, later, something like cooperation between them. The killing that fixed the order in European nightmares came at the Crusaders' expense, in Tyre on the 28th of April 1192. Conrad of Montferrat was the ablest of the Crusader lords of his generation, the defender of Tyre against Saladin, and days earlier he had been elected King of Jerusalem, the crown finally settling on him after years of poisonous Frankish politics. He never wore it. That afternoon, returning through the streets from a meal at the house of his friend, the Bishop of Beauvais, his wife's dinner being delayed, of all the reasons to be out of doors, he passed two Christian monks, familiar figures, men who had been around the community for months, by some accounts serving in his own circle, exemplary in their devotions, entirely accepted. As he came level with them, they came at him from both sides with daggers and cut him down in the street. One was killed on the spot. The other, taken alive, told his interrogators, under what methods you can guess, that they were fidei of Sinan, embedded those many months, baptized even, waiting in perfect cover for the order to come. Conrad died within hours, a king of 9 days. His widow Isabella, heiress of the kingdom and pregnant with his child, was married to Henry of Champagne inside the week, the crown's cold accounting of survival allowing no decent interval, and contemporaries noted the speed with raised eyebrows and voted with the times. And if the name Henry of Champagne sounds familiar, it should. He's about to visit the assassins in person in a story Europe told for centuries. And then the story grew a second layer because the surviving assassin was also said to have named the man who had commissioned the murder, and the name he was said to have named was Richard the Lionheart, Conrad's bitterest rival, who had opposed his election and stood to gain by his death. All Europe repeated it. Richard's enemies on the continent used it against him for years. It followed him into his German captivity. Whether Sinan acted for Richard, for Saladin, for his own reasons of state, Conrad had recently seized a ship and cargo belonging to the order and refused restitution, which gave Sinan a grievance requiring no sponsor at all, is a question the sources argue about, and I won't settle for you. 2 monks with daggers in a street in Tyre, and 800 years later, historians are still assigning the contract. Conrad had company in the Crusader casualty column. The first Frankish lord the order killed had gone down 40 years earlier, Raymond II, Count of Tripoli, cut down with 2 companions at the very gate of his own city in 1152, and his garrison's response set the tone for a century of mutual incomprehension. The soldiers poured out and slaughtered every Eastern Christian and Muslim they could find in reach, on the logic that somebody native had to be responsible. Later came Philip of Montfort, stabbed at prayer in his own chapel at Tyre in 1270. That won a contract job for Baibars in the order's late reduced period. But the strangest chapter in the order's dealings with the Franks involves no dagger at all. The 2 great military orders, the Templars and the Hospitallers, held castles bordering assassin territory in Syria, and at some point in the 12th century they did the math and imposed an annual tribute on the assassins, 2,000 bezants a year, and the assassins paid it for decades. A chronicler explains why the usual leverage failed. You cannot decapitate an organization whose head is an elected officer, kill a master of the temple, and the chapter simply elects another, and the brothers were sworn to poverty besides, so no individual could be terrorized out of anything he personally owned. The one institution in the Levant built on the same principles as the order, discipline, secrecy, replaceable leadership, death accepted as the cost of membership, was the one institution the order ended up paying protection money to. Professional respect expressed as extortion. And when King Louis IX of France, the future St. Louis, arrived in the Holy Land in the 1250s, the old man of the mountain of the day actually sent envoys to him demanding tribute, or, failing that, exemption from the tribute owed to the temple, and the exchange that followed, preserved by Louis's biographer Joinville, wanders into pure strangeness, gifts going back and forth, the assassin envoys presenting the king with the old man's shirt as a symbol of intimacy and a ring as a token of union, and an Arabic-speaking friar named Yves the Breton going up into the mountains with the return gifts and sitting with the old man to discuss religion, coming back with a report that the chief kept by his bed a book of sayings of Jesus. The nightmare of Christendom, trading shirts and scripture talk with the crusader sent king. History rarely stays on message. To the Franks, and through them to Europe, an organization like this demanded explanation. Men who court death, who wait years in disguise, who go to certain butchery smiling, that last detail turns up repeatedly. The smiling, and Europe's explanations became the legend that swallowed the history. The showpiece story concerns Henry of Champagne, Conrad's successor as ruler of the Crusader kingdom, who travelled past the assassin castles a few years after Conrad's death, and was received, the tale goes, with honour by the old man of the mountain. Walking the walls of the fortress, his host remarked that his people obeyed him beyond anything a Christian prince could command, and, to illustrate, made a sign toward the towers, and two young men in white leapt from the ramparts without a heartbeat's pause, and broke on the rocks below, and the old man offered to continue. Others were already waiting at the parapet until Henry begged him to stop. That story appears in no source close to the events. It surfaces decades later and grows in the telling, and scholars treat it as legend, but it's the legend Europe wanted, obedience as a magic trick, and it prepared the ground for the biggest embellisher of all. Marco Polo passed through Persia in the 1270s, a generation after the order's fall, and the account woven into his book gave the legend its final form, the secret garden. The old man, Polo's version runs, had walled off a hidden valley and built in it a garden surpassing anything on earth, pavilions gilded and painted, runnels flowing with wine, milk, honey and water, and beautiful women skilled in music and song, all modelled on the prophet's description of paradise. Young men were drugged with a potion until they slept, carried in, and woke inside paradise itself, and after days of every pleasure were drugged asleep and carried out to wake at the old man's court, homesick for heaven. And the old man would send them for the throat of whatever lord he chose, with the promise that death in his service was simply the express route back to the garden. It's a magnificent story, the order's actual castle records, and we'll get to how those became available, show no garden, and the Persian sources never mention one, and the modern historian of the Ismailis, Farhad Daftari, has traced how the whole complex of tales, the garden, the drugging, the trapdoors, assembled itself in European telling out of hostile rumour and travellers' patter. Even the famous name feeds back into this. Hashishia, hashish people, was flung at the Nizaris by Sunni polemicists as early as the 1120s, and the specialists' judgment is that it worked the way slurs work, an accusation of degeneracy, not a description of method. There's no evidence in any source close to the order that fidais were dosed with anything. The Crusaders picked the insult up phonetically as assassini without knowing what it meant, carried it home attached to the only thing they knew the sect for, and by Dante's lifetime, assassino already meant in Italian what it means today in a dozen languages. A slur, mispronounced, became a noun, and the noun outlived the people. What actually ended them wasn't a legend, and I want to take the ending slowly, because it's one of the most complete destructions of a community in the medieval record. In the 1250s, the Mongol Empire turned its full attention west. The great Khan, Mongke, settling the agenda for the conquest of Southwest Asia, put the assassins first on the list, ahead of the Caliph of Baghdad, reportedly at the urging of Persian Sunni advisors and of his own subordinates' fear. The story went around that 400 fidais had been dispatched to kill Mongke himself, and whether or not the plot was real, the Mongols were the one great power constitutionally incapable of living with the whisper in the bedroom. Mongke's brother, Hulagu, brought the main army through Persia in 1256, and the timing on the Nizari side could not have been crueler. Their imam, the ruler of Alamut, had just died, leaving the throne to his son Rukn al-Din Kursha, young, untested, presiding over a network of castles that had shrugged off sieges for a century and a half, and facing the only army in the world for whom those castles were a solvable problem. The Mongols brought Chinese siege engineers. Rukn al-Din tried the old diplomacy, submission offered and hedged, delays, his brother sent with gifts, then a nephew. Each embassy met with the same answer. The Khan requires the person of the Imam and the dismantling of the fortresses. He played for time into the winter, apparently hoping snow would end the campaign season. It didn't. In November of 1256, Hulagu's armies converged on the Imam's own refuge, the fortress of Maimundiz, ringed it and set up the engines, and after days of bombardment, stones and burning naphtha coming over the walls, the astrologers and scholars in the Imam's entourage, among them, some sources note, men planted long before as advisors of caution, persuaded Rukn al-Din that resistance meant annihilation. On the 19th of November, he came down out of the castle and surrendered the order to the Mongols. Hulagu received him, by the accounts, graciously and used him precisely. The Imam's word was law to his people, So the Imam was walked from valley to valley, ordering his own castles to open their gates, and something like 40 fortresses gave up on his command and were demolished as fast as they surrendered. Alamut itself held out a few weeks longer, the garrison hesitating, and then it too came down, and on the 15th of December 1256, the Mongols entered the Eagle's Nest. What happened next produced one of the strangest scenes in medieval historiography. Among Hulagu's court officials was a Persian scholar, Atta Malik Juvaini, who was writing a history of the Mongol conquests, and Juvaini asked his master's permission to examine the legendary library of Alamut before the fortress was destroyed. Permission granted, and a historian climbed the rock and stood in the private archive of the most secretive organization on earth. The accumulated books, doctrinal treatises, and chronicles of 160 years, including the order's own account of Hassani Sabbah's life, and he went through the shelves pulling out what he judged worth keeping: Qurans, scientific works, instruments, a handful of chronicles, and everything he judged heretical he threw onto the fire, and then he watched the library burn with the castle. Nearly everything we know about the order's internal history comes from what one hostile scholar chose to save from a bonfire he approved of, an entire civilization's memory filtered through the pity of its executioner's clerk. Juvaini wrote up the campaign afterward with the fortress ash still, in effect, on his sleeves, and closed his account of the order with open exultation: the world cleansed. One more scholar walked out of Alamut's fall, and his case is stranger than Juvaini's. Nasir al-Din Tusi was among the most brilliant men of the entire Middle Ages, astronomer, mathematician, philosopher, and he had spent over 2 decades living and working in the Nizari strongholds, first in Kuhistan, and then at the court of Alamut itself, writing some of his major works there, including a famous treatise on ethics dedicated to his Ismaili patron. Guest, convert, employee, or prisoner, he claimed afterward he had been held against his will the whole time, and men in his position afterward would say that, and some historians believe him and some don't. What's on the record is where he stood at the end, among the advisors at Maimundiz counseling the young Imam to surrender, and where he went next, straight into Hulagu's service, court astrologer to the destroyer, at his elbow through the march on Baghdad that followed, and the dedication of the ethics treatise quietly rewritten to remove the Ismaili patron. Hulagu built him the great observatory at Marageh, staffed with scholars, stocked, the accounts say, with instruments and books salvaged from the wreck of the very world Tusi had lived in, and the star tables produced there set the standard for centuries, consulted from China to Europe. Every astronomer who used them was drawing, at several removes, on the library of the assassins, carried out of the fire in the baggage of a man who may have been their captive or their colleague, and who made very sure nobody could prove which. For the Nizari population, the surrender their Imam had bought them lasted about a year. Rukn al-Din himself was kept comfortable, indulged even. The Mongols granted him a Mongol bride he'd asked for, and Juvaini sketches the fallen Imam's captivity with cold amusement. A young man passing his last months absorbed in camel fights and wrestling matches staged for his entertainment, while his people's extermination was being scheduled around him. though the portrait may owe something to a court historian dressing a victim for contempt, and then he requested, or was granted, the journey east to pay homage to Munka in person at Karakoram, thousands of miles into Mongolia. When he arrived, the great Khan declined to see him. The sources give the flavor of the message. Why wear out horses bringing him here? And the Imam's party was turned around, and somewhere on the return road, out on the edge of Mongolia, his escort took him aside and kicked and stabbed him to death. No ceremony, a ditch. With the Imam dead, the standing Mongol order concerning his people activated in full. Munka had decreed that the Nizaris were to be extinguished as such, and the decree was executed with the thoroughness that made the Mongols the Mongols. The garrisons that had surrendered on the Imam's word were slaughtered. The Nizari civilians of Kohistan, the order's great eastern province, were summoned to assemblies, the men told to gather as if for a census or a proclamation, and killed in the fields by the tens of thousands. The figure recorded for those massacres runs to 12,000 in one province alone. Juvayni, our exultant clerk, records the scope of it and the detail that has outlived everything else in his book. The order was carried out, he wrote, down to the babies in their cradles. Rukn al-Din's own family, held at Kazvin, women and children, were butchered on schedule. A handful of stones held out past the end. The fortress of Girdku, far to the east, refused its imam's surrender order in 1256 and simply kept its gates shut, and the Mongols, unwilling to waste an army on it, walled it in and waited, and the garrison sat under that blockade for 14 years. 14 years. Men who had been young at the start grew grey inside the walls. When Girdku finally opened in 1270, the reason the sources give is the one I can't shake. The defenders surrendered because their clothes had worn out. Not the food, the cloth. 14 winters had rotted every garment off their backs, and nothing could be woven inside a sealed rock. They came down in rags, the last soldiers of a state that had already been ash for a decade and a half, and the Mongols, honoring the standing decree, killed them all. An organization that had spent a century and a half proving that any man could be reached was answered by a power that reached every man and every woman and the cradles, and burned the archive that would have told their side, and salted the story with its own historian. The Syrian castles out of the Mongols' grasp behind the Mamluk victory at Ain Jalut lingered another generation until the Mamluk Sultan Baybars, who had his own uses for the order and briefly ran its remnants as a service, dispatching killers under license, including, the sources say, the man who nearly ended Prince Edward of England at Acre in 1272. An attacker with a poisoned dagger who had passed for months as a trusted go-between in truce negotiations, admitted alone to the prince's chamber, and the wound he gave Edward's arm turned bad and darkened, and the future hammer of the Scots lay weeks at the edge of death, while surgeons finally cut the blackened flesh away, and a later romance improved the scene with his wife Eleanor sucking the poison from the wound, a detail history declines to confirm and storytellers have declined to surrender, squeezed the last fortresses into surrender by 1273. A Nizari band actually retook the Rock of Alamut in 1275, held it briefly, hopelessly, and was crushed. And here the story does something none of tonight's others do. The community survived, scattered, hidden, practicing dissimulation for centuries. The Nizari Ismailis endured. And they exist today, some 15 million people across dozens of countries, led by the Aga Khan, running schools and hospitals, about as far from the dagger as it's possible to travel. The legend, meanwhile, took its own immortality, through polo into the novelists and the Orientalist histories, and on into the present, where a certain long-running video game franchise has introduced more people to a fantasy of the Order than every chronicle combined. Hidden blades, leaps of faith, the garden, the creed, Alamut rebuilt in rendered stone, and somewhere under all of it, barely visible, a persecuted mountain community that mostly just wanted its imam and its valleys, and got Hulagu instead. The victims of the last massacre in this video get no such epilogue. For the last group of the night, we cross back into Europe, forward into the 1420s, and into a country on fire, Bohemia. And this story needs its stage set properly, because the Adamites make no sense at all outside the catastrophe they crawled out of, and the catastrophe began with a burning. In 1415, the church council meeting at Constance summoned the Czech reformer Jan Hus, under an imperial guarantee of safe conduct, tried him for heresy, and burned him at the stake, safe conduct notwithstanding, and then for good measure burned his colleague Jerome of Prague the following year. Bohemia took it the way you'd take the judicial murder of a national saint. Within 4 years, Prague was in open revolt. Royal councillors were being thrown out of town hall windows onto the pikes below. The crusading armies of half of Europe were marching on the Czech lands, and the Hussite Revolution was underway. The first war in European history fought by a whole nation over the chalice, over the demand that lay people receive communion in both kinds, bread and wine. Crusade after crusade rolled in to crush the heretic kingdom, 5 of them over the years, and every one of them was beaten, largely because of a one-eyed country squire in his 60s named Jan Žižka, who armed peasants with flails and war wagons and turned out to be one of the great commanders of the age, fighting under banners painted with the chalice, the cup of the laity, the whole war distilled into one piece of tableware. A man who never lost a battle, including the ones he fought after going completely blind. His legend was minted in July of 1420 on a long hill outside Prague called the Vítkov, where a crusading army of tens of thousands under the Emperor Sigismund, the man who had guaranteed Hus's safe conduct, moved to close the ring on the city, and the ring depended on taking that hill, and the hill was held by a log fort and a few dozen defenders, women of Prague among them. The accounts single out the women fighting on the rampart, and Žižka's counterattack up the vineyard slopes broke the assault, and the crusade, poisoned by dysentery and quarrels, dissolved without taking the city. The hill carries his name now, with a colossal mounted statue of him on top, one of the largest equestrian statues on earth. A blind farmer in bronze the size of a house. He took the emblem personally, naming a castle he built Kalik the chalice, and signing himself thereafter Zizka of the chalice, a self-made title from a self-made man. Hold on to Zizka. He's the destroyer in this story, and the strangeness of it is that he was a heretic too, hunted by the same crusades, and it changed nothing about what he did to the people we're coming to. The revolt's opening act gives you its temperature. In July of 1419, a radical Prague priest named Jan Żelivsky, fresh from a sermon on vengeance, marched his congregation to the new town hall to demand the release of imprisoned brethren, and somebody in the hall threw a stone at the procession. By tradition it struck the monstrance carrying the host, and the crowd stormed the building, and the Catholic councillors inside, a judge, the burgomaster, a dozen officials, were carried to the windows and thrown out onto the upturned spears and pikes of the crowd below, and those who survived the fall and the iron were beaten to death on the cobbles. The first defenestration of Prague, the founding gesture of the revolution, a form of political statement the city liked well enough to repeat twice more over the centuries. King Wenceslas took the news badly, suffered what sounds in the sources like a stroke brought on by rage, and was dead within weeks, and with him died the last break on the war. And I should be honest about the register of that war generally, because the Adamites' atrocities happened inside a conflict that had already normalized things that are hard to say out loud. At Kutna Hora, the great silver mining town, the Catholic German miners took to buying Hussite prisoners from anyone who captured them, a set price for a layman, a higher price for a priest, and throwing them down the disused mine shafts, alive by the hundreds and then by the thousands. The chronicles count several thousand people dropped into those pits in the space of a couple of years, and the shafts got names. One was called Tabor, as a joke. The Crusaders burned Hussite captives as heretics wherever they took them. That was standard procedure blessed from the top. And the Hussite armies burned monks in their monasteries and, at their worst, burned the populations of towns that refused surrender. Zizka himself, after one stormed town, had the captured priests locked in a barn and the barn fired. Every horror the chroniclers pin on the naked lunatics of the island had a larger, better organized twin in the regular conduct of the war, carried out by respectable men in armor with theologians on staff. Keep that scale in view as we go down to the river. At the radical end of the revolution stood a new city. In 1420, on a hill above a bend of the Luzhnice River in southern Bohemia, the most committed of the revolutionaries founded a settlement and named it Tabor, after the mountain of the Transfiguration, and Tabor was less a town than an eschatological project. Its preachers had spent the previous year announcing the imminent end of the world, and they'd set dates. The destruction was coming in February of 1420, between the 10th and the 14th, and the faithful must flee the doomed world to the 5 cities of refuge that alone would be spared. Thousands did, selling everything, walking away from farms and trades, pouring into the camps. The sales themselves tell the story of how completely people believed, farms and houses let go for whatever the buyer offered. because what use was a fair price for a field the fire was coming for, and shrewd neighbours who believed in nothing did very well that winter, and the preachers named the doomed and the spared with an accountant's confidence. Every town outside the 5 cities of refuge would burn like Sodom, and the refugees were named, Plzen first among them, the city of the sun where the faithful gathered behind walls to wait out the wrath. When the appointed days in February passed and no fire fell, the disappointment didn't scatter the movement. Disappointment rarely does. The gathered thousands were now propertyless, committed, concentrated, and armed, and a community in that condition doesn't go home. It goes forward, and the founding of Tabor that spring was the going forward. At Tabor they threw their money into common chests kept in the square, private property abolished among the saints, all things held in common as in the Acts of the Apostles, no rents, no lords, brother and sister the only titles. The economics of heaven on earth ran on a countdown, though, because the chests filled once, from the sale of everything the faithful had owned, and emptied continuously, feeding thousands who had quit their trades for the end of the world, and when the coin ran low, the doctrine adjusted to meet the ledger, the goods of the wicked. The preachers ruled, belonged by right to the army of God, and requisition from unbelievers became not a regrettable necessity, but a form of worship, and the surrounding countryside learned to date the sermons by the raids. And when February came and went and the world stubbornly continued, the preaching pivoted, as such preaching does, from waiting for destruction to administering it. Christ's return was being delayed. The new doctrine ran until the land was cleansed. The faithful were no longer to pray for their enemies. They were the angels of the harvest now, sent to execute the wrath written in the prophets. And every sinner outside the community stood under sentence. The movement's whole physical style had been born on hilltops the year before, and the hilltop phase is oddly beautiful before it turns dark. Through the summer of 1419, with the radical preachers expelled from the churches, congregations began walking out of the towns to meet on mountains, renaming the hills out of scripture as they climbed them. Tabor, Horeb, Mount Olivet, tens of thousands at the great gatherings, whole families with food packed, taking communion in both kinds from portable altars in the open air, sharing meals in common on the grass, priests preaching from wagon beds, and participants describing days without a quarrel, without a drunk, brothers and sisters in a world briefly rinsed clean. Those gatherings are the tender root of everything that follows. The same crowds, the same priests, the same open-air chalice, carried forward 18 months into apocalypse, war, and purge. A movement that began by walking up a hill to eat together ended burning its own mystics in barrels, and every step between the two was argued from the same book. Priests at Tabor said it in so many words, and the chronicler who recorded them was a fellow Hussite, a moderate Prague master named Wawrzynek of Brzezova, Lawrence of Brzezova in the Latin form, who watched the radicals with fascinated dread and wrote down what they preached. Keep Lawrence's position in view as we use him, a university man of the revolution's respectable wing, committed enough to the cause to be attainted by the Crusaders, horrified enough by the Taborites to record their sayings as evidence, writing while the events were still warm, and his chronicle breaks off mid-war, unfinished, as if the task outlasted the stamina. He's the best witness we have, and he's a witness for a faction, both things at once, like nearly everyone we've trusted tonight. Cursed is the man who withholds his sword from the blood of the enemies of Christ. That was the register, and Taborite field armies in that first revolutionary year acted on it. Monasteries burned across Bohemia, monks cut down or burned in their own churches, towns that resisted put to massacre. Everything the Adamites would later be condemned for doing on a small island had been preached at full volume, first in the main square of Tabor. Inside that furnace, the radicals promptly out-radicalized each other, and the fault line ran straight through the mass. Question: if the age of law had ended, and the Spirit now spoke directly in the saints, what exactly was happening on the altar at communion? A party of Taborite priests began teaching that Christ was not physically present in the consecrated bread, that the host was commemoration, not flesh. And in the 15th century, that proposition was radioactive beyond anything a modern reader can easily feel. The chief voice of the party was a young Moravian priest named Martin Huska, called Loquis, the talker, for an eloquence that even his enemies wrote about with a note of despair. And Huska went further than doctrine. His circle celebrated communion as open feasts of love, passing ordinary bread at ordinary tables, and began speaking the language we've heard all night. The third age, the Spirit poured out, the saints beyond the old ordinances. To the mainstream of Tabor, men who were dying in battle under the banner of the chalice, this dissolved the very thing the war was about. The radicals got a name: Picati, Picards, a Czech mangling of Begards, the label we met in the Rhineland, imported to Bohemia as a curse word. And in February of 1421, Tabor purged them, over 200 men and women expelled from the community into the winter countryside. The expelled walked out of the city of the saints carrying the entire apocalyptic program in their heads, minus the discipline that had contained it, and within weeks, out in the villages, the reports began, and the reports are where the Adamites proper enter history. The walking itself was a sentence of a sort. 200 people put out into a Bohemian February, into a countryside stripped by 2 years of war. And the accounts of the following weeks have them moving through the woods and ruined villages of the region, living on what winter forests and abandoned farms provide, and losing members to the cold and to hunger before they ever lost one to a stake. And it's not hard to see how a doctrine of the Spirit's freedom hardened, in that country, in that season, into a doctrine of the sword. People who have watched their brethren freeze while the city of God locked its gates behind them tend not to mellow. What Lawrence of Brzezova and the other chroniclers describe from this point comes entirely from the outside, from moderate Hussites and Catholics, from Zizka's own indictment, and later, most luridly, from Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, an Italian humanist who toured Bohemia a generation afterward, collected the stories with a connoisseur's relish, and put them in his history of the country before going on to become Pope Pius II. Every layer of telling gets more explicit, and you should know that as I give you the composite. The expelled radicals, wintering in woods and abandoned villages south of Tabor, shed the last restraints. They had recovered, they taught, the state of Adam before the fall, and they acted it out to the letter. Clothing was the badge of sin, worn only for cold, cast off for worship, and often for everything else. Men and women naked together in their camps, and the camp itself they called paradise. Marriage was abolished as a chain from the dead age, and in the fuller accounts couples formed and dissolved at will, or at the will of their chief, who blessed unions with the words of Genesis, "Go and be fruitful." Aeneas supplies the fuller choreography. In his telling, a man would take a woman by the hand and bring her before the chief, and announce that his spirit was aflame for her, and the chief would pronounce the verse over them and send them off. Desire processed through scripture with the chief as registrar, and you can hear in the anecdote's neatness exactly why historians handle Aeneas with tongs. It's too well made, a scene constructed for an audience by a stylist, 30 years and one language removed from anything he could have witnessed. They addressed God as Father who is within us, on the grounds that the Spirit had no other address now, and their chief, in the strangest detail of the whole dossier, was a peasant, or by one account a blacksmith, whom they titled Adam and also Moses, and some accounts say they held him for Christ returned, the Son of God walking in a Bohemian wood, and his word was Scripture. Sober historians note that every element of this picture, the nudity, the community of women, the divinized chief, sits suspiciously close to the standard heresy template we've watched inquisitors apply since the Free Spirit trials, and that the people described never got to say one word on their own behalf. That caution given, what came next was not template. What came next left burned villages that belonged to nobody's imagination. Before the island, though, the fate of the man whose preaching had opened the door, because Martin Huska's end deserves telling on its own, and it shows where Bohemia stood by the summer of 1421. Huska had been arrested once already, early in the year, and released after a partial climb down. He looked at the direction things were moving and decided to get out, heading for Moravia with a companion, a priest called Prokop the One-Eyed, and the two of them were recognized and seized on the road near Krudim. What made Huska radioactive was that everyone wanted him silenced and nobody wanted him martyred in public. He was handed to Lord Ulrich of Nové Hrady and then transferred to the castle of Rudnice, into the keeping, of all people, of the Archbishop of Prague, who had by then himself gone over to the Hussite side, and there they went to work on him. The torturers burned his sides with flaming torches, trying to pull out of him the names of everyone who shared his beliefs about the sacrament, and he gave them nothing they recorded. Delegations came to persuade him instead, offering his life for a public recantation, and he told them, by the Chronicle's account, that he would not renounce what he held to be true, and that he grieved only that he could no longer speak to the people. That was precisely the ability nobody intended to give him back. Prague refused to allow the execution inside its walls, for fear his preaching from the cart, or even his silence at the stake, would set off riots. The man was that loved. On the 21st of August, 1421, at Rudnice, Martin Huska and Prokop the One-Eyed were killed in a manner designed to solve the publicity problem. Each man was forced into a wooden barrel, and the barrels were set on fire, and they were burned inside them, out of sight, their voices muffled by the staves. A public burning without a public. Even Lawrence of Brzezova, who considered Huska's teachings poison, recorded the death with something close to shame in his voice. With Huska's voice stopped, Tabor's establishment closed ranks around a settled orthodoxy of its own, and the speed of the transformation is a study in what revolutions do at their first birthday. The city of the common chests elected a bishop, drew up confessions of faith, disciplined its preachers, negotiated as a power among powers, and its energies went outward into the war, where its field armies, under Zizka and after him under a priest-general of genius named Prokop the Bald, spent the next decade dismantling every crusade Europe could raise. The decade ended the way this whole night keeps ending, with the movement's factions turning on each other. Moderate Hussites and Taborites meeting in open battle at Lipany in 1434. Prokop dying on the field. Brother finishing what crusade never could. And the survivors negotiating their way back under a chastened Rome. The millennium was quietly rescheduled to the far side of victory, and the radical residue never fully dissolved. The ideas Huska died for, the spirit over the letter, the feast over the altar, the brotherhood of goods, went underground into the Bohemian countryside, and kept surfacing for generations in village conventicles, in the gentle sect of the Bohemian Brethren later in the century. In whispers, the Taborite establishment itself now paid inquisitors of a sort to hunt. It had taken the new church 4 years to acquire heretics. 4 months before that, the first mass burning had already happened, and the man who ordered it was Zizka. Among the expelled Picards, one group of several dozen had gathered around a priest named Petr Karnish near the castle of Pribienica, and in April of 1421, Zizka's forces ran them down at the village of Klokoti, just outside Tabor. He offered them the chance to recant. The offer sat on the table while they were held, examined, pressed, and the sources say they debated nothing and feared nothing, and when it came to it, Petr Karnish and somewhere around 50 of his people, men and women together, were put into the fires at Klokoti. And the detail every account preserves, the detail that clearly unsettled the men who watched, is that a number of them went in laughing. They climbed into the flames, the chronicle says, laughing and telling the onlookers that this very day they would reign with Christ in heaven. Zizka, who was present, is reported to have watched with satisfaction and called the burning a service to God. A second batch from the same movement was burned later by another Hussite lord. Understand what this was. The crusading church burned Hussites as heretics, and here were Hussites burning their own radicals by the dozen, in the middle of a war for religious freedom as they understood it, and the victims laughed on the way in, certain they were the only ones in the whole scene who could see clearly. The remnant that history calls the Adamites, several dozen strong, maybe more, drifted southeast through the spring and summer, and somewhere along the Nazarka River, in the wooded fish pond country near the town of Vesely, they found their last refuge, a river island, defensible, hidden, with deep water around it. On the island, the community settled into the life the chronicles would make infamous, and the details in the error lists have a strange, specific texture. They danced, naked, in rings around their fires at night, singing the Lord's Prayer, the only prayer they kept, addressed to the Father within. and they held their meals in common, and their chief Adam sat in judgment on disputes as Moses had, and they taught, the lists say, that the faithful of the island could not be harmed, that in battle the enemies of the sons of God would be struck blind, or would simply fail to see them at all. The saints, walking invisible through the slaughter, hold on to that last belief. In October it was going to be tested. From that island, through the summer and autumn of 1421, they made war on the world, and this is the part of the record where even the cautious historians stop qualifying because the raids are attested from every side. They came out at night. Farmsteads and villages within reach of the island were attacked in the dark, and the people in them, men, women and children, were killed, and the buildings burned, and food and weapons carried back to the water. The chroniclers say they killed whole households and spared no one, and that they justified it out of scripture, calling themselves the sons of God sent to execute the sentence written against the unclean, quoting the psalm about the righteous washing their feet in the blood of the wicked, and holding, according to the list of errors later drawn up against them, that blood must flood the world to the height of a horse's bridle, the image straight out of Revelation, before the earth would be ready for the reign of the saints. Whatever you make of the theology attributed to them, the burned villages were real, the dead were real, and the local lords' appeals for help were real. And the appeals went to the one man in the region with the force and the disposition to answer. We even have the destroyer's own account, after a fashion, because Žižka wrote to the authorities of Prague about the sect, a letter setting out their errors as he understood them, the divinized chief, the nudity, the community of women, the bridal deep blood, and framing what he was about to do as a duty owed to God and the land. And that letter, from the hand of the man who ordered the fires, is as close to a primary document as the whole Adamite affair possesses. Everything else passed through at least one more set of hostile hands. The fullest of those hands belonged to Jan Příbram, a Prague master and professional enemy of everything Taborite, who years later compiled a treatise on the lives and errors of the Tabor priests, folding the Adamite dossier into a long indictment of the whole radical clergy, and from Příbram descend many of the sharpest details in circulation, the ring dances, the invisibility, the chief's marriage license over the community. He wrote to win a doctrinal war inside the Hussite movement, painting his rivals with their most monstrous cousins, standard polemic procedure, and his treatise, like Aeneas's history after it, was doing work with the story, not archiving it. Layer under layer, the island keeps its secrets, and the layers are most of what we can excavate. Žižka detached a body of troops, some 400 men under a captain, and sent them against the island in the 3rd week of October 1421, the 21st by the usual dating. The Adamites did not surrender, and by every account they did not fight like people who expected to lose. They fought like people who expected the angels. The assault had to force the river under attack from the banks, and the fighting on the island was close, hand to hand among the huts, and the defenders, men and women both by some accounts, met armored soldiers with whatever they had and killed a number of them. The sources record real losses among Žižka's men before the weight of the assault ground them down. The soldiers killed most of the community where it stood. The survivors, a few dozen at most, were taken in chains, and for them Zizka followed the precedent he had set at Clocoty in the spring. They were burned. The chronicles say they went to it as the Carnish group had gone, unbroken, some of them laughing in the fire, dying certain, every one of them, that the smoke was carrying them into the reign of Christ. And one man was deliberately kept back from the flames, on orders, so that a full confession of the sect's beliefs and practices could be taken down from him in writing, everything, the island, the nakedness, the raids, the doctrine, and that confession, filtered through the interrogators who compiled it, became the record, the seed of every account you can find today. When the confession was complete, they burned him too, and the ashes went into the Nezharka, and the river carried them off through the fish pond country, past the villages the sect had burned, and out of the 15th century entirely, into the books, where Aeneas Sylvius found the story 30 years later and polished it for Europe on his way to the papal throne. The island is still in the river. Locals still argue about exactly which one it was. The world that destroyed them didn't outlast them by much, at least not in the form it then had. Zizka, the old blind hammer, died of plague at a siege in 1424, undefeated to the end, and the legend that attached itself to his death says he ordered his skin flayed from his corpse and stretched over a war drum, so that he could go on terrifying the enemies of God after burial, and whether or not anyone actually made the drum. The fact that Bohemians told the story tells you what he was to them. Tabor itself, the city of the last days, gradually became what apocalyptic cities become when the apocalypse declines to arrive. A fortified market town with unusual opinions, and it held out until 1452, when a Hussite king finally forced it into line and packed its remaining radical priests off to prison. A year before that fall, Aeneas Sylvius Piccolomini, our lurid future pope, actually visited Tabor in person on a diplomatic errand, dined there, argued theology with its ministers, and wrote up the visit with fascinated Italian disdain, noting the common chests long since gone, the strange visitors from every heresy in Europe made welcome, and hanging on the town gate, the painted shield of the angel with the chalice. He collected his Adamite stories on that trip, from the winners of the Purge, 3 decades cold. His history fixed the island in European memory, naked heretics, the chief called Adam, the river, and every generation since has rediscovered the story and argued about how much of it to believe, Enlightenment writers holding it up as religious madness distilled, Marxist historians reclaiming the Adamites as primitive communists slandered by their enemies, novelists and filmmakers. There's a well-known Czech novel and film built on the island. Returning to that stretch of the Nezharka, the way you return to a sore tooth. The confession taken from the last prisoner before they burned him has not survived, only the accounts written from it. Whatever he actually said, in whatever state they had him in when he said it, went into the fire with him and into the river with the rest. All right, that's the whole tour, and if you're still here, you're my favorite type of person. Quick, honest moment before you go. A video this size only exists because people fund it directly. Patreon and the YouTube memberships are what make it work. Links in the description and the pinned comment if you ever feel like joining. Tell me in the comments which of the 7 stuck with you most. I'm genuinely curious. Sleep well, assuming that's still on the table. See you in the next one.